Yo. Yo. Okay, so I have set up the bot, and it does the announcement in the Discord, but the tagging of the role does not work. How do I make it work with the tagging of the role? Discord, bot message, tag role. Role ID. Get the ID of the moderator's role and it to the string accordingly and the bot. Get the ID. How do I get the ID? Copy ID. So instead of doing this, I do this. This is the role ID. Add role ID. Add ampersand role ID. Okay, hopefully it will work next time. Okay, let's do the programming part. So I just change it so that I don't use the dynamic linking feature because it does not work. It breaks, I mean, sometimes. So I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to do regular. Okay, but then just run also needs to do that, I guess, right? So we just, and it is just cargo run. Okay. Wait. Oh, there it is. Woohoo! Okay. Works nicely. Works nicely. Don't use bevy dynamic linking since it breaks times. Okay. Okay. What is it that I need to do today? Two things. First of all, we have the slide feature. The slide feature is working nicely. As soon as I don't hit, yeah, Sometimes I hit.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
And I stop sliding on the flat floor. So, what I'm wondering is, we're probably going to use bevy LDTK. This one. Does this give me the collider? I don't think this thing does give me the collider. Unless it is the bevy ECS tile map that can give me the collider. No, it's tile map rendering plugin. Bevy ECS LDTK. Is there an example that creates a game platformer? Main? They are not using the actual colliders is the problem, right? They're not using the repair. Oh wait, they do. Repair configuration? They do use it. So then the question is, how do they create the collider? Systems setup. LDTK handle. Load typical 2D platformer example. Spawn wall collisions. Spawn Heron collisions from the walls of the level. You should just insert a collider bundle. You could just insert the collider bundle into the wall bundle, but this spawns a different collider for every wall tile. This approach leads to bad performance. Well, my problem is not the performance right now. It is the problem that is different. But okay. Instead, by flagging the wall tiles and spawning the collisions later, we can minimize the amount of colliding entities. The algorithm used here is a nice compromise between simplicity, speed, and a small number of rectangle colliders. In basic terms, it will consider where the walls are, combine wall tiles into flat plates in each individual row, combine the plates into rectangles across multiple rows whenever possible. Well, actually, this is a simple approach that we could also use, right? Right. But then there is also another approach that I could use, because we already have the triangles, right? This data. All we really need to is to like go around the edge and like create this polygon, right? And then we can use that as the collider. It's not very hard to do that, by the way. It is not. Baby. Rapier. Polyline shape defined by its vertex and index buffers. Polyline? Wait, every single line is... Wait, why is the indices optional? Array 2D shape. Polyline. Vertices, indices. So it doesn't even need to be connected polyline, right? Is that what you're saying? Can I create a polygon though? Not a polyline, but a polygon. There is convex polygon, but is there like not convex one? I've seen in some tutorial. Bevy appear. Getting started. Colliders. Yeah, over here. Convex meshes. A convex mesh is a shape such that if 2 points, then the segment between 2 is this. There are two types of creating a collider with convex shape: convex hull, convex mesh, or convex polyline. Wait, does that mean that they don't have non-convex? But then I can just do polylines, right? And this can be my collider. Yeah, I think polyline can work. But I first need to make sure, like, how do you usually spawn the colliders? For those things that you do in LDTK, right? LDTK. I don't think Davey's here yet, right? But I think he's going to use LDTK, hopefully. LDTK. Diagonal tile. Slope. Make different int grids for every collision type. This is because how the importer is implemented. Basically, you can only set one collider template per int grid. Okay. Well, I can set up my importer as I want, right? Yeah, and this is already the Unity. I need an example of a level. Examples. These examples showcase versatile functionalities from LDTK. Okay. Entities, typical 2D platformer example. Entities, wall shadows. Collisions. Okay. Background textures. All right. Dirt, leather, stone. Oh, and then they're like the shadows, they're like created automatically, and the background also created automatically. No idea how that works, but it's going to be there in the end. Mob. And then this mob has like, is going over there. No idea how that is implemented. That's nice. That's nice. Hello, bevy man. Hello, Arya. I'm just trying to figure out this thing. I'm not going to use it myself yet, but I need to load it, right? I need to figure out how to load the level. So I used this typical 2D platformer example. And I'm going to do what? How do I save it? Warning, you are trying to save a file in the application directory. Any save files will be lost. Save somewhere else. Supported file types LDTK JSON. Yo, this thing also can save a JSON. You need to put those in different messages to do a triple. LDTK also can do a triple. No, not a triple. A JSON. Okay, assets, level, example. Okay, typical platformer level LGTK. What happened? Why when I saved the project it became pink? What happened? Why is it what happened? Is that normal? World view? Is that normal? Where did my textures go? Oh, is it because like we were referencing textures from a different folder? Like because I opened the typical 2D platformer example and then saved it as a different file? So like the textures are not there, but then like the player sprites are here. How do I set the texture of the letter, for example, right? I have no idea. Layers. There's auto layer tile set. Grid values. Okay, there are colors. So I see the colors, but I don't see the textures anymore. Where did my textures go? Tile sets. Well, I mean, there it is. Manual reload file. Okay. I needed to manually reload the file apparently with the tiles. Okay. Save. Let's see. This is just one file. Wait, LDTK is a JSON. LDTK is already a JSON file. Nice. What is PX? Is that pixels? Oh, it's the definition of every tile and where it comes from on the tile sheet, I think. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Cargo, add, bevy, ECS, LDTK. Here we go. Now we are going to recompile everything, right? Okay. Bevy, ECS, LDTK. Edit. Nice. Did you assign enough cores? Well, let's see this. Cargo run. Downloading 3 crates. Well, maybe it's only 3 crates that we're going to compile, and then it's going to be fine. Because technically all of the other things should have been compiled already. But sometimes when I add a new dependencies, I need to recompile other stuff. And 1 decade later, yep. Yeah, see, bevy, like, what is this, hex? Why is hex being recompiled? Or was it already downloaded? I don't know. Because I only downloaded 3 crates. Okay, let's take a look at the tutorial for now. How do I load this? So here is the LDTK. I see the example. Let's take a look at just this thing. ECS friendly LDTK plugin for bevy. All we need to do, as far as I understand, is to spawn the LDTK world bundle with this. And this is going to load everything, right? And it's going to render everything. But then this is what? Level selection resource into app to pick your level. So LDTK can technically have multiple levels inside one file, right? And I can select one I need. Level selection, index 0. This is a resource, okay. So I think this is all I really need. Oh, it actually did on the compiler 3 crates. Well, it was 4 crates, alright? And then Y crate, so 5 in total. Yeah, it works. Nice, I didn't need to wait for eternity. So, I'm going to add plugin. Add plugin, LGTK plugin. Right? Do they have a prelude also? Bevy E6, yes, yeah. Prelude. I add the plugin. Game setup. So this must be system. Okay, all right. So I'm going to need to add, insert a resource. Use bevy ECS LDTK prelude. Insert resource, level selection 0, so that index 0, okay. Try to construct one of the enums invariants. Well, that's what I'm doing, right? Index. I guess this is, yeah. The analyzer is slow. Because it did not index everything yet. Command spawn LDTK world bundle. LDTK project, LDTK. Not my project. It's going to be typical platformer level LDTK, because that's all I have right now, and eventually Davey is going to create a proper level. So I need a oh no, asset server already exists, okay. So that's really all I need to do, right? Am I going to really just see the level right now? Well, they did add a camera, and the camera was a default, because by default they do pixel perfect cameras, I think, or something. Hello, Raymarch. What's up? I'm trying to load a level, even though we don't have the level yet. I think I have the level, yes. So you see this, like, this purple thing? It's just 1 pixel probably that is huge, because my camera is not the default camera. So LDTK World Bundle, transform. Yeah, I think this is what I need, because the level needs to be transformed differently. Right? What is like the default? Is it like pixel perfect by default? So like this is the bottom left. It is purple, so that's what we saw. My camera is set up. Where is my camera? Where's my camera? Oh, there it is. Yes, it says so that vertical FOV is 10 units. But 10 units probably means 10 pixels. When we're loading, hold on. So in the bottom right of this app, I see the actual like grid coordinate, level coordinate, and world coordinate. Level and world coordinates are same. Is there maybe a config here? Like I wanted to set up so that one tile is like 1 meter, right? To match a repeater's configuration. What is that program? It's called LDTK. It's the level designer toolkit. Pretty popular, I think, to edit the levels. And there's a plugin for Bevy to load this thing. So I used that plugin, I loaded it, but it's too big to my camera. That's the problem right now. I'm just, yeah, here's the thing. If you're interested, but I think you're going to create a 3D game, so it's probably not useful to you. But since Bevy does not have an editor itself, we need to use some sort of an editor or create our own one, right? And I think it makes more sense to use an existing one. I like that. I wonder if there is some sort of like generic level editor tool that is like also for 3D, for example. I would like something like that. Maybe. Separate tools, editor, engine, etc. Yeah. But Bevy is going to make their own editor anyway, I think. They are working on it. Is there a general purpose level editor for 3D stuff? If LDTK turns out better, you could just replace it. Yeah. Like in Bevy, like I think I would not use a rapier in my game, to be honest. So for physics, I would be using a different, like probably hard, like hand-coded physics. But it is not the default in Bevy anyway, right? Blender? Oh, okay, Blender. We just use Blender. Okay. Can you do like custom metadata on entities in Blender? Are you going to create your uh like game using Blender as level editor, and you load the Blender file directly, right? Is that what you're going to do? I searched for this before when we researched this. There's a crate that allows you to use Blender to read Blender files. I think this one is what I was looking at, but it's so raw. You have an in-game level editor? Okay, nice. I thought you didn't even... So, okay. Well, that is your project in C++, right? And you are going to rewrite it in Rust? But the Blender approach is actually reasonable, I think. Right? So even if you don't really download the Blender... if you don't parse the Blender file yourself, you can write an exporter for Blender, right? Into your game format. Create a level inside Blender and do that. But the in-game level editor allows you to do more stuff, I think, still. So, yeah, there is like upsides and downsides to this approach. Okay, do I just do transform? Transform from scale, back 3 splat. So how small should that thing be? What is the size of one cell? The size of one cell, it seems like it is 16 pixels, which means that in order to make it 1 meter per tile, I need to divide by 16. And am I going to see the level now? I probably am. So this just loads the level and renders renders the level on the screen, but it does not create this the colliders. In order to spawn the colliders, I need to do them myself. I still don't see the level.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Still don't see the level. Okay, let's divide it by 100. This game is made by a streamer and they use Blender directly as a level editor. Deceiver.
Okay, Claw Lady. It's the same for all of us. You want to live? You have to get off the planet. Right now, energy is money, and there's only so much of it.
Look.
Okay, well, technically, you know what? I also am a streamer and I also created a game that was level designed directly in Blender. This one. But like, I'm going to show you the example, for example, right? Check all the boxes. Okay. Okay, so here's this thing. It's 3D, right? But so we just created this level in Blender, but inside Blender, these like things that are so we use 2D art for 3D. This thing is like a billboard, right? Inside Blender, this was just a static object, and we used like naming of the objects, like b underscore like grass. So if the object name starts with b underscore, Then I turned this into a billboard inside the thing, right? And but inside the blender, the level was so all the billboards, they were all facing the same direction. Is there a way to do that, like, so that the level also works properly in Blender? You can make this behavior happen in Blender too with constraints. Yes. So like, it is possible technically. But then, can I use those constraints from Blender? Like, I exported this into OBJ file format. OBJ file format does not have this data anyway, right? So I would need to also use some different kind of format. What about the animations? If I had this thing that was like swinging left and right, I would also need to figure out how to import animation from Blender. It's just easier for me. I think parsing Blender's constraint system is probably madness. Yeah, and like I never did an animation in 3D. I only did static things. I would stick with little flags. Yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, I think it's like there must be a better way though. Instead of using naming, right? It would be better if I could just attach some metadata to the object to like if I could attach a metadata like this, like a JSON file, right, to the object, like billboard true. I don't know. Animates this. That metadata exists. Okay. So next time I use Blender, I will look into that then, maybe. If you scroll down the object tab. All right. Can you create a navigation mesh inside Blender? I did it programmatically and it was very slow to create one because probably only with a plugin. I did it programmatically and it was not perfect. So like sometimes I think for navigation mesh you want to like do some stuff by hand. Okay, so here, okay, let's go back to our game. So this is the level, right? It does not have any images to it. Why not? Why do I not have any images? It seems like I only have the background and I don't see anything else. Your typical 2D platformer, top, bottom, wait. There's also multiple things here. World view. World depth. Is this because I selected the 0? Project settings. Layers. How do I like see all the levels in this app? Arya, you here? You know how to do that? No? No idea, sorry. Alright. No problem. Super simple export. Enable this to export your level data in a secondary super simple format, ideal for quick integration in any existing engine. You will get one PNG per layer, one composite PNG per layer per level, a single JSON file per level containing main level infos and entities. Super simple, 30% off. Yeah. Actually, it is very easy. At least like to just draw the level, right? You will just get a PNG file and you draw the PNG file and that's it, right? Let's just check the box and save. Where is it saved? Locate file. What do you mean locate file? Do I need to select something? Locate what file? How do I thought we were supposed to. I enable this feature and it's okay. Oh, okay. It did export. It did export over here. The simple. We have bottom, top, and typical 2D platformer. This is the background. Okay, it looks like I was just rendering the background in my thing, right? This is the composite. This is background textures. Collision int. Collisions PNG. All shadows. Data JSON. So this is for the entities, like door, where it's located, what is its size. What about the texture of this door? How do I know what? And two things have same IDs. I guess ID is not the same as IID. Mob. Okay, well, it's nice that they have it. And we have the level as a CSV also. So you can just parse this. Because you have like int layers. Every grid has an int. So this is the collision layer. I guess one is like a solid wall, three like different types of collisions. This is what we actually need to parse to spawn our collision. Right? Different kinds of objects that we have. Right? Even though this and that has the same type of collision, they are different numbers. But the ladder is probably like a different thing. Literally the matrix, yes. It would be nice if I could, like, instead of just having the number, I would, like, have it named somehow. Is it like, maybe it's in the data? We have entities, we have layers. Not really. There is no information about what those numbers mean. It's just literally just numbers. So this is the collisions. Oh wait, the entities have collision. Oh no, entities is a different layer. Okay, so yeah, this is only the thing that has collisions. So yeah, number 1 is dirt, number 2 is leather, number 3 is stone. See, I have the meaning of these numbers in this program, but not in the JSON file that I exported. I mean, this is the simplified export, right? The actual thing is just all in one JSON file, and it's probably here. So if I search for dirt, yes, int grid values, value 1 means that it is dirt. Okay, that is good. Although still I don't really like need to parse this myself, because I hope that the bevy ECS the bevy plugin does stuff that I need to. The problem is, why do I only see the background? Might have to look up their Patreon and drop some dollars. It is also open source, this thing. Right? You can just sponsor it on GitHub. There, you want to see more of that? Arya also, like, if you are familiar with Celeste, they did some project. What was it called? I don't remember. There's like another editor like this, just like slightly simpler, by the creators of Celeste. He asks if you are familiar with Celeste. You breathe Celeste. All right. What is did you do the no death run? Or no yet? But yeah, basically the creators of Celeste. You don't breathe it that hard? Okay. Okay, I breathed it only once. I played through Celeste once, and I did not collect the strawberries. Sorry. Did you at least collect all the regular red strawberries? Because I don't know. I felt like I didn't really want to do that. I think my cake in the very end of the game, it literally had one strawberry on it. All right. Is it because the index one? Maybe I need to do, because there are 3 levels here, right? There are 3 levels. There is the bottom, the top, and the typical 2D platformer. No, this is also just purple. Everything is just purple. If I could make my game feel like Celeste in 3D, I could die happy man. How do you make a 3D Celeste though? It's like weird comparing 3D games to 2D games. They're like completely different. Would you consider Mario, those Mario games, to be similar to the 2D? Like there's 3D Mario games and 2D Mario games, right? One of them is like side platformer. One of them is a third person. But that is like completely different genre almost to me, right? Completely different genre, yeah, exactly. Or are you saying completely different genre from... So Mario 3D World, on the other hand, is much like 2D Mario's. Okay, maybe. I don't really see much difference, though. Although I did not play those games. I don't think I even played the original Mario. The 2D. I only saw it. Alright. What am I doing wrong? Bevy ECS LDTK. So all they do in the setup is they load this typical 2D platformer example LDTK and they spawn it and it just works. Movement system, I don't need that yet. Spawn wall collisions, I don't need that yet. I just need to see the level, right? They don't do anything else. in terms of like rendering. Fit camera inside current level. Well, I see the entire level. It's just like doesn't have any textures except for the background is the problem. Wait. I need to work to see the warnings, right? Ignoring LDTK's internal icons, they cannot be displayed due to their license. Yeah, whenever I don't see anything on the screen in Bevy, it's probably going to be a warning instead of error, right? But it is internal icons. Or is this like tile set considered to be the internal icon? Is this PNG? Is this file not loaded? Because of that? Well, it at least this PNG file is not inside the LDTK JSON file, right? So yeah, can I copy paste this? Atlas. Oh wait, it is Atlas, and I remember that in the bevy ECS LDTK plugin there is a feature that's called Atlas. No, Atlas. But the default, by default, this feature is not enabled. So I need to enable this feature, right? Let's try that. Bevy ECS LDTK features Atlas. That's going to work. And we need to recompile it again, right? Is it because like usually maybe the LGTK don't use the Atlas, but this level example does use the Atlas? But I think this example though loads the same exact level, and I don't see them enabling this feature for the example. That would be listed in the dev dependencies, right? As an... Not sure how exactly. Support for WASM through the Atlas feature. Wait, so wait, what? What does that mean? The Atlas feature, the WASM, like, aren't they like completely different things? Why is WASM is enabled through Atlas? There is a solution for easily loading and unloading levels. Okay, this feature, enabling this feature did not do anything for me. What if I run this for the web? Because it's going to be easy for me inside the browser to see what kind of files we're at least trying to download. Because I need, yeah, I think the problem is that the texture containing all the tiles is not loaded, so that I don't see anything on the screen. Level spawn behavior, use world translation, load neighbor level neighbors true. Oh. Set clear color from level background. Makes sense. They are loading the UID 0. But I don't think that matters for me yet. Yeah, and over here we specify how to spawn the bundles. I specify the name. Over here though, this is something that I don't like, right? So we saw this inside the LDTK. 1 means wall, right? But there is actually data inside the LDTK file that 1 is wall. So why don't I write the wall directly then? Like as a string, you know? So that I don't need to type 1 and remember that 1 means wall. Okay, so I'm loading the LDTK file. I don't even try. Oh, wait. Sunny Land. Wait. Sunny Land. Yeah. I am actually trying to load this file, but this is not being served because it's like outside of my project. Okay. The file is actually trying to load. Console. There's also these warnings from rendering for some reason. Client's wait sync must return timeout expired. Is that problem of web GPU? Encountered error while loading an asset. Ignoring LDTKs. Okay, so yeah. So we actually try to load the PNG file containing all the textures. That's Quirks mode. What is a Quirks mode? The page layout may be impacted for standard mode use. Okay. I think it's because I did not type it in my index HTML. I'm using trunk for web, right? And they did not have this in their example. Yeah, see? Okay, now it's not in the Quirks mode, okay? It's fine. Nobody can tell you are doing anything wrong. Never claim to be HTML, so you can write anything you want. Okay, so I am trying to load this. This doesn't work on the web because of the way I'm serving this, but it should work on the native build, right? And I don't have any warning, so the texture is actually being loaded, but why is it not being displayed? Can anyone explain that to me? Okay, let's try to not have the transform on the LGTK, and let's try to use the default camera. So I'm not going to see my actual player now, but I think I am supposed to see the level then. Can that be the issue? No, that's not it. The level is still just the background. So yeah, that was not it. Like I would try out and run this example, like clone this repository, run this example that this is going to require me to compile everything, right? Just to run the example. That's why I'm not doing that. Level spawn behavior. Maybe we didn't spawn the level. LDTK settings. Let's try doing this thing. LDTK system set process API before sync backend. Required to prevent trace conditions between bevy ECS LDTKs and bevy repeater system. Is your game on GitHub so you can check how it compiles on your machine? Yes. Not sure which game you're talking about, but there's... If about this one, this is called Bevy Gem 3 right now. I mean, it just has the Bevy as a dependency. And Bevy Repair. And I just added Bevy LDTK. Okay, I mean, let me just copy. Oh, Repair. Oh, no. Pixels per meter, 100. Where's my pixels per meter? Am I using the... Oh, pixels per meter 1. We are using 1 pixel per meter. Should I work in pixels then? I'm not sure. Never work in pixels. Yeah, I don't like working in pixels. Well, I mean, why is the Repair physics plugin even have the notion of pixels? Can you explain that to me? Is like Repair as a physics engine should like know nothing about the pixels? Maybe it's because they want to draw these like... So this is like from the Repair debug, these things, right? This is the colliders that I'm drawing using the Repair debug.
Woohoo!
Okay, this thing also didn't work. I mean, the level is definitely loaded. I see the background color of the level, which looks like the size of it is exactly the size of the level. I mean, one of those. Not sure which one where I'm currently using, but we can do an identifier string to make sure that I'm loading. How do I see the list of all the levels? Is it anywhere? Project settings? I don't see the list of all the levels. Let me use this one. Level identifier, your typical, yeah. Identifier, your typical. Just to make sure. Okay. Alright, okay, I am cloning this repository to just make sure that the example works. Because I see no difference between how I did things and how they did things. Okay. Now we're going to compile. Is your compilation done already? Or did you not try yet? Had to kill Rust Analyzer because I was going insane. Yeah. Okay, we are going to run the example platformer. Because I'm loading the exact same level as they do, right? Okay. 350 crates. Let's see how long is it going to take. Assets. Typical 2D platformer example. Atlas. This. So this is the thing. That contains the things. And I'm supposed to be able to load it. Are all the side effects lining up? Well, I'm adding more dependencies. And whenever I add another dependency to my project, there is some effect on me that makes me want to like write things from scratch again and not use an existing engine. You know. I loaded the level and it's not rendering. It's supposed to be working, but it's not working. What am I doing wrong? This is the icons. So the icons could not be loaded because of the license. For some reason. Your Rust is clearly declining into node. Why am I adding JSON? Should it be run? Oh, JSON is the format of the LDTK. This is not written in Rust, right? What is this written in? Source. Electron. .main. It's written in hex. Do you even know what hex is? Cross-platform toolkit. Open source, high level, strictly typed programming language with a fast optimizing cross compiler. Someone still editing JSON at this time and day? You cannot write programs without shipping Chrome. Yeah. Okay, we're halfway through. It's not that slow. I am using like 2 jobs though for the compiler, so that the stream doesn't lag, and I can do some more stuff in the meantime, like figuring out what hex is. Sometimes I wonder how many gigabytes of Chromium duplicates I have on my machine. Well, is Electron Chromium? I know that OBS uses Chromium inside of it for the browser sources. Is this what you're talking about? I have no idea what this is. The parquet. Let's take a look at the issues. Tiles from tile set not rendering. Literally the first issue. Oh my god, this is what I needed to do. Like the first issue that I see when I open the list of issues. Tiles not rendering. I have loaded in the map and can see with bevy inspector EGUI. I probably need to use that too, right? 5 minutes 50 seconds. All right. It's not that bad. It took me 9 minutes, so it's like you are faster. I can also see in the asset section that the tile map texture has also loaded, but nothing is showing up in the window. I have tried enabling different features like render, default, atlas, but this shows no change. Under the background color shows. Have also tried playing around with the translation and scale, but cannot get the tiles to show under any circumstance. Go to setup world. Yeah, this is like literally what I did, and this is the same issue that I have. The tiles exist, but they're not rendered. Showing the tile set has loaded. That's strange. Can you show your cargo toml? They do not load in the example project either. Are you guys compiling full Linux or what takes so long? No. I'm not compiling full Linux. I'm using Arch, not Gentoo. It's not that bad. It's a disaster. It's the first compilation time. It's not that bad because like if it takes 5 minutes first time, it's not going to take 5 minutes the next time you're going to compile the project, right? You're not compiling from scratch every time, so it's not that bad. What do you mean? It's not a disaster. Bevy ECS tile map, for example, works perfectly, but Bevy ECS LDK still does not render the tiles. It's kind of a long okay, well, this was 4 days ago. Maybe it's like fixed and I need to use the master. Oh no, it's not fixed. The issue is still open. Setting the level background to non-existent. Solve the issue. Okay, well, hold on. This actually works on the example. Okay, this is how it's supposed to be working, right? I think the actual level was rendering behind the background. It shouldn't be actually behind it, just rendering behind it because of some weird Z indexing issue. As of the background color is rendering using a sprite instead of a single tile map from bevy EC's tile map, which was mostly done to fix a similar Z indexing issue introduced by. But it's also just a better design, to be honest. I'm guessing that's a weird bug with Z indexing between the sprites and tile maps. Okay, I need to not draw the level background, I guess. That's the fix. You can add this to a cargo toml. So yeah, okay. We can do this. Patch. Did not resolve the issues. Still happened. Wait, what? But the example works. Is arch the shape you make when you bend over backwards? Yes, exactly. One wrong move, one wrong click, and you get punished by 5 minutes of silence. Okay, well, what is the solution to that? There's a lot of dependencies. And I think the only solution to that is like cargo needs, like crates IO needs to serve the binary crates. No, it's not less dependencies. It's like if you compiled all your engines in C++ from scratch, instead of using the binary form of them, you would take forever too. You cannot do less. The less dependencies does not fix that. There's a lot that needs to happen. Right? If you move all of the code from all of your dependencies into your like main crate, I don't think that's going to fix the issue. I think we need crates IO to serve to like contain the binary form or like something. But then there's also like this feature mechanism, right? You can disable and enable some features of some crates. And there is like a lot. You should be using Haskell instead. Have you like okay? Whenever something Haskell things are like the things that I download the most when upgrading my Arch system. I think there's like 1,000 Haskell packages that I'm loading every time I update. I think. You see things you would never use. Well, maybe I should disable some of the features of Bevy. Because I'm using the default features and I'm not using all of them, right? I just used the default. I mean, it's still not going to like make the compilation much faster, I think. One of the solutions that I use for my projects, for example, is that I use this cargo config, which has the target directory set to a specific directory, so that all of the projects, they are like compiled using the same target directory. So I don't always need to recompile everything in case the dependency version is the same, at least, you know, in case it comes from the same source. This helps, but I didn't set it up for this project. And then there's also some other stuff that you can do, which is similar, right? Like, have I tried Nix? No, not really. but I know what that is. You can Nix is an operating system though, right? I mean, it's package manager for operating systems, not for Rust. I cannot switch from cargo to Nix. They're like different things, right? Any binary package manager? Yeah, I'm using Pacman because I'm using Arch.
Woohoo!
Wait, what is wrong? Now I don't see anything again. This was supposed to fix my issue. Is it because I'm loading the wrong level? I think it changed it over here. When I was using the index, it at least showed me something. Maybe this identifier doesn't really exist for some reason. Also, I think the bigger problem, Raymarch, is not the fact that I need like 10 minutes to compile the project from scratch. It's that
Woohoo!
it's that I need to compile for 20 seconds every time I change a single line of code in my project, you know? That's the bigger issue. So this is supposed to be fixed by dynamic linking, but then dynamic linking breaks my linker when I'm on Windows. I guess I could use the dynamic linking feature on Linux with no problems. Ideally, both should be faster, yeah. Yeah, my engine is also like have this issue, but it's smaller, so the issue is still there. It's just like a little smaller of an issue. But I did look into how to like how would I even go about speeding things up. In case you didn't see, there's this post. Speeding up incremental Rust compilation. This is incremental Rust compilation. So this is how you like. One of the things is compiling your dependencies as dynamic libraries to improve incremental compilation times. And then this post by MattClad, how you like you actually make it compile faster if you do more crates instead of if you do less crates, right? And then also one of the good things is this. The monomorphization. This is one of the technique that you can use when you create a generic function. You create an inner function that's not generic, and so this thing is being compiled once in the dependency, and in the main crate, when you use the generic function, it's like a small generic function. What I mean is less code, like less dependencies by actually not compiling things you don't need. Yeah. But I don't really know what I need right now, right? So I enabled all the features of bevy that are enabled by default. Okay, my level doesn't work. My level doesn't work. What do I do? Yep. I think they're working on something where cargo can figure out which things are actually being called. Transitive call graph, I don't know, maybe. So, and then they compile them lazily somehow. Wait, what is this? This looks more like a level.
Woohoo!
But this is, no, this is 3 levels.
Woohoo!
This is 3 levels. There's like this big level, which is the main one. Okay, I still don't see any textures. And this fix does not work for me from this issue. Why does this fix not work for me? Okay, let me actually try patching the dependency then, because the example worked. So let me try the patch. Run the game trace, throw every not used often through window. Nah. I think it's not practical though. Like the most practical thing for me as a user of an engine is to enable all the default features and not like worry about what I need, what I don't need. This is more practical, you know? So that thing needs to work faster. So in order to make this faster, the engine must be there in binary form, ready for me to use. Like all the crates should be already compiled for me. I think is how I would like it. Me. What about others? Well, I mean, it's going to work better for you too, right? If you didn't need to compile. Would you really worry about the features that you don't use if it doesn't cost you anything? Okay, this also doesn't work. Ah, shit. Okay. Example. And to make Rust C faster. Yeah. What takes the longest time to compile? Is it not true that the longest time to compile is the generics? Because the generics in Rust are slow because they are like C++, being like compiled every time you instantiate them with a different type. If there was a way to make this thing dynamic, like in Haskell, then it would compile faster, right? Maybe an option to do that. Find impl replace din. Yeah, exactly. Like, but like automatically. And sometimes it's not even impl, sometimes it's just a generic thing, right? But even like those generic things can be converted into din. Because that's how Haskell works, literally, I think. I was reading about that. Now they can't? Why not? Doesn't cover every case. Well, I guess that's true. Is it? Is it true? I thought that was how Haskell works, no? You would need to have runtime type info. Yes. You would need to have runtime type info, but like you would use this thing for like debugging locally so that the compile times are faster. But the runtime is slower. And then for the actual release, you do everything and wait for eternity for your release to be compiled. I don't know. I think one other thing that could be done is that like literally the engine should be shipped in binary form and should provide bindings, right? But right now, I think this is only possible by exposing the C API, and using C API is a pain. So like creating a dynamic Rust library that can be used by someone else is like just not possible right now because of no stable API, right? I have been doing this for 1 hour and 33 minutes, and we have zero progress. Okay. We go. Into temporary. Bevy ECS LDTK. Wait. So this there's a new feature in the Windows 11 where your file explorer has tabs. Can I move one tab into like the other window though? I cannot. This does not work like in browsers. That's a shame. Some trays don't make vtables. Yeah. But you could for having that runtime type info. No one can complain I'm not shipping my game because I'm just working on my engine all the time. Yes. And that's what happens when you work on your engine a lot of the time. That's why I try to not work on my engine too much. Okay, maybe the problem is this. Let's just copy paste the LDTK files that they used in the example and like have it here. Like literally use the same file that they are using. Maybe somehow my file is different, you know? Can this be the case? No, it's not the case. The problem is in the code. Somewhere. Somewhere in the code. Okay. Okay, fine. Let's open. Bevy ECS LDTK. Let's code that. I'm going to do examples. Rust analyzer. I don't need you really. Platformer main. Okay. I'm going to disable the repair. Right. I really want to only see the thing on the screen, right? So just the LDTK plugin. Just LDTK stuff. System setup, spawn wall collisions, don't need that. Movement, don't need that. Detect climb range, don't need that. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Update level selection. Wait, is it the update level selection? Can it be the update level selection? I'm going to need that. I need to not delete, I think. Just in case, I'm going to just comment things out. Okay, I think all of these systems, I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to not spawn any bundles. All right. Systems setup. Systems setup. Camera and LDTK. That's all we really need, right? We spawn the camera, we spawn the LDTK game world. Let's try running the example. Letter should be read with former quote, not separately. I just casually coded a new blazing fast Rust compiler because I got fed up recompiling my game engine. Alright. Okay, the level is there, and the level, I see the level. Okay, I see the level, okay. So all I did is spawn this. I'm even going to move this into main and not have any mod. Alright, so just see all the code that I have. Bevy repair, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need those. The setup. Okay, this is all the code that I need, right? And it works here, but it does not work for me. Right? Right. Okay. So what happens if I move this code into my code? All right. Let's replace this main with this main. Okay. Is it going to work? Okay, it does work. Nice. Okay, now I can close this. Now let's see the difference. What is the difference? What is the difference? What is the difference? Let's try. So instead of okay, okay. What if I do this inside my game? right? Because that should be the same thing. And the setup is this function. Like just inline this here. I see it. Okay, okay. All right, we're getting closer, getting closer. Getting closer. So what if instead of doing the return here, I'm going to add all of the other things. I'm going to call this one setup 2. And yeah, and basically I'm going to so like this is kind of the same as this, right? A little different. Level spawn behavior use world translation from level background. Oh, use world translation. Yeah, okay. No, it actually is the same. So I'm not going to do that. And I'm not even going to initialize the side mechanics. I'm going to have 2 cameras though right now, and it's not going to work. Right? Multiple entities, yeah. And because in my code I make sure that there is only one camera. Yeah, camera single mute. This does not work. I need to have one camera. Okay. Let's delete this one then, for now. Because I just want to see my level, please. I feel like this issue is like the biggest issue when using... There we go. I don't see the level anymore. So what broke it? What broke it? Okay. Something broke it. What did it? If false. If I start the if false over here, then it's going to work, right? Oh, I do another level here. Maybe that's why. Let's not spawn the level. Okay, I see it. Again. This is why working with your own engine is much easier. You know exactly why things don't work most of the time, right? Because it's the code that you wrote yourself. You know how to debug it. Okay, we got broken again. Why did we get broken? If I don't do anything, if I just edit this setup, is this setup like something I do in my setup system is what breaks it? Is it? What would that be though? Yeah, I see the level now. Oh wait, so it's not the setup. Okay. Is it update the camera? Okay, let's just make sure that it's not the music. Why would one of those systems break everything? Update camera. Okay, it's not the music. It's probably update camera. It is. Okay, what do I do here? Camera translation is this. Is this none? No way. I mean, I have the player because I'm spawning in one, right? I guess if num is 0, then we return. No, I mean, that would be wrong though. No. No, 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 no. Okay. Any ideas? Why would this system break everything? It's impossible. Okay, I am interested why that happens. So, what if the system just did nothing? Because I mean, I just changed the translation a little bit. That's it. To follow the player. Is it because of the Z? Is it because of the Z coordinate of the translation? Translation dot. Can I set XY? Yeah, because the player is technically a 2D player, right? Is that the reason? So start with vec2, and then over here we extend by camera translation Z. Right? So that we don't move the Z coordinate. I also want to debug this. What is the camera Z? That's probably it, right? There's it is. It is. That's what it is. All right, set up to this. Remove. Remove. Do this. I think this is not needed. Clear color from level background. Okay. Underneath this side, features. Okay. This is going to work now. Oh, I'm not loading the level now. Load the level over here and spawn the camera here. Okay, it actually does work. So the problem is the camera Z coordinate, which makes me...
Woohoo!
Okay, finally. Figured out, because the camera Z is 999.9. For some reason, this is the default. It feels like a weird number, but okay. Camera. Yes, new with far 1000. The camera is placed at Z far minus 0.1, looking towards the world origin. Its orthographic projection extends from 0 to negative far in camera view space. Hello, Batcop. Corresponding to Z is far minus 0.1. Hello? Closest to the camera, and Z is negative 0.1 furthest away from the camera in world space. This feels like a very weird way of doing this, but okay. Have I actually been here the whole time? Okay. So you have seen me suffer for 2 hours already with and no progress on the game because I loaded the level and it just didn't show. Now I have figured out why. Because of the camera. Okay, now how do I make it? Alright. Okay. I still have no gameplay, but have cool features at least. So what is the feature if it's not the gameplay feature? Like a cool rendering feature? Okay. Do that. This. Delete. These atlases. Typical. LDTK. I'm gonna do that. The parrot flies to the destination and you gotta follow him. That's how they do this in multiple games. Yeah, I like that. I want to do that same thing for my farting game, but it's going to be not a parrot, but the fly. Hello, Nexus.
Woohoo!
We have loaded the level, finally, from
Woohoo!
LGTK. It's just scaled incorrectly and stuff, but...
Woohoo!
Wait,
Woohoo!
it's a bug. Why is the slide sound effect still playing? Shit. Just one bug after another. I don't feel... Making him fly and land on moving objects was hard. Yeah, just I think the only thing that is hard is because you use Godot. You should write your own engine. I think that's the way. That's how you know how to do stuff. The only thing that will make it look natural, so like the animation working in Blender. Or did you not animate? You don't even need to work in Blender to animate, right? Animation is just hard. Yeah, I mean, if you don't practice it, then it is hard. You just need to have practice. Like art is hard if you never do it yourself, right? Okay, now the question is, do I still need the patch? Do I still need the patch? Or can I use the official crate? The official crate works. Nice. Okay. No patch needed. Nice. Right, so this is how we do not touch camera translation Z. Oof, okay, it took me a long time to figure out that I should not do that. What happens if I do this one? Okay, this one I don't need either. Level spawn behavior, not really sure what that means. Newly spawned levels will be spawned with translations like their location in the LGTK world. Useful for 2D free map and Gridvania. Gridvania?
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Okay. How do I make it? with translation. So now we like need to use layers actually, right? So we need to use the Z coordinate for everything else. Like for the player. Okay, first of all, this way of me loading the level needs to be changed, right? Right. LDTK, register LDTK entity. Entity identifier, player, right? Because on this level we have the player. Entities. What? Wait. Entities. Entities. Oh, okay. Can I do multiple players? You cannot have more than one player. Okay, I cannot have more than one player. All right. That's good. Okay, so I have the player, right? Player. And I'm going to say that this is player bundle. Right? That's how we spawn the player. Struct player bundle. What should this thing implement? The following other types. LDTK entity is not satisfied. Okay, we need to derive LDTK entity. How did it work? Bundle LDTK entity, yeah. Derive bundle LDTK entity. I'm like, okay. How does it? LDTK entity. The constructor used by the plugin when spawning entities from an LTK file. Build bundle entity into self. I guess I need to figure out how the deriving works then. By default, LTK entities and integrate will be spawned with entity instance and components respectively. You can flesh out these entities in a system that queries added entity instance or added and grid cell if you need more access to the world, or you just don't wanna use the LTK entity and LTK int cell traits. Alright. To load a new level, you can just update the level selection. Okay, what about the docs? Provide the construction. Okay. For common use cases, you want to use the derive macro, but you can also provide a custom implementation. You can also implement this bund trait on non-bundle types. But only bundles can be registered. If there is an entity in the LDTK file that is not registered, an entity will be spawned with an entity instance component, allowing you to flesh out your own system. Derive macro requires derive feature. This is not by default. It will be spawned as my bundles. By default, each component on nested will be created using their default implementation. However, this behavior can be overridden with some field attribute macros. Sprite bundle indicates that sprite bundle field should be created with an actual material image. There are two forms of this attribute. Everyone dev thinks about everything. Dev thinks anything else except dev is everyone dev thinks everyone dev thinks anything else except dev is easy until they actually try to achieve some acceptable results. Wait, what are you saying? You are saying that the developers think that everything else is easy and what they do is hard? But when they try doing something that they think is easy, they fail. I don't know. Yeah. Not everyone, but a lot of people. That's true. Initialize using the given function. Okay. All right. So player bundle. How do we spawn the player? Where do I spawn the player? This is basically this thing. That's how I spawn the player. That's how I spawn the player. But this is code and that is a struct with the derives. I mean, technically, this... No, I want to create. I want to register a entity like that creates that like calls a function for the entity. Okay, can I do that? Register. Okay, I want a function that does this. Register LDTK entity using function instead of using this. I don't like that. So a function that is going to return a bundle instead of using the default. Okay, I feel like I want to create like an extension function here. Like maybe even not extension, but like register entity for app. And this is going to have use a function which implements fn from ldtk entity, right? Entity instance, and returns some bundle. And bundle is anything that is a bundle, right? So yeah. Am I really the only one who wants that? Not sure how exactly this would work. Function system, but I would like the derived trace to be useful. Not sure how exactly to pass LGK data to these systems. Then listen to these events and do the spawning. Wait. Added entity instance, right? You can create a system that queries for added entity instance. Yeah. So I do app add system. Query is going to be query of added entity instance. Right? For instance in query iterate mute. I mean just iter. This is going to be a bool. So can I load entity instance whenever we have added? So for instance, oh, but yeah, okay, yeah, it makes sense. It should be a system. Then instance identifier grid-based coordinates. Wait, can I not have an instance pixel coordinates? Don't forget optional layer offsets if they exist. Oh shit. It's not very easy to do. Width and pixels. Oh no. Need to work with pixels. Worldly entities don't despawn when their birth level despawns, and they don't respawn after their birth level respawns. This is useful for entities that travel across multiple levels like a player. Alright. Okay. I don't think we're going to travel across multiple levels though. We're going to just change the level and respawn the player. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Player. Similar to sprite bundle, indicate the sprite sheet bundle to be created with an actual material image. Sprite bundle, integrate the sprite field should be created with an actual material image. There are two forms of this. Sprite bundle by default will create a field using its editor visual image in LTK if it has one. Note that if your editor visual is part of tilemap, you should use sprite sheet bundle instead. Alright. So, for example, for this, I cannot do this in even menu. Okay, it really depends. It does not do it automatically. So player, how do I see the texture of it? Players, projects, tile sets, internal icons. Maybe, where's the player? Where is this icon coming from? How do I configure this? How do I add a new type of entity? World view, create new level. Entities. Okay, over here, entities. Player. What is it? How, where is this loaded from? Editor visual. Color. Tile set. Okay, and then we can select the tile from this tile set. Okay, I see how this works. Nice, so I can change the player to be anything else. Or I can draw my own stuff here, right? Okay. Fit inside bounds, cover bounds, repeat. Full size, 9 size, okay. Alright. Fit inside my, okay, so this specific one is done using the atlas, right? So it should be a sprite sheet, a bundle. Actually, okay, fine. Fine, LTTK entity, what shall we going to have? Sprite sheet is going to be sprite sheet bundle. Sprite sheet bundle. Right? So we're going to have transform. Yeah, okay, okay. Let's see, what other components do I need for the player? I also need to do those things. The cubes. I mean the sides of the cube. Do I spawn the sides of the cube using a system that detects spawning a new player? So when a new player spawns, I also spawn the sides, right? Is that how it's supposed to be working? That might be the case. All right, so yeah, okay. All right, player. I'm just doing the player here, okay. Okay, we're going to have the player. Player input. Sprite bundle, we add that. Rigid body. Rigid body. What is the default for this one? I don't think we even have the default. It should be dynamic. Velocity. 0. Wait, is there a bundle in repair? Maybe repair to D bundle. Prelude bundle. No, there's no bundles in repair. Okay. Velocity. Velocity. External force. External force. External impulse. Wait, I think I could. Anyway, doesn't matter. External impulse. Name. So this is going to be with player name, player function player name, which returns name. And entity instance that we ignore. Name new player. Wait, I want the name to be actually derived from the ID. Of the LDTK entity. Seems like a good default to have. Okay. Player default does not. Okay, we derive the default here. Alright, now what? Our player input does not derive the default, we derive the default. Now rigid body. I think rigid body has the default. Oh, by default it's dynamic, alright. Fine. Sprite sheet will, okay, and everything else is fine. Okay. And now all we need is to spawn the sides. So it actually makes sense that the sides are set up here. I'm going to add system side spawn side setup side setup. It's going to have so we're going to add sides to the players, right? I think I'm just going to have struct has sides number component command default for has sides. By default we have 4 sides, but this is how we can like spawn everything with a different amount of sides. So the player is now only also going to have as sides, right? Okay, so this side setup is going to have this like parents is going to be a query of entities which have just been added. They has sides, right? Yeah, so we do for parent in parents rate. And we need to have the commands mutable. I'm going to spawn the side. Parent is the parent. The sides are blank by default. B needs to be imported from F32. Okay. All right. Okay. So it's not going to. Actually, let me get the has sides. Parent. Has sides. From 0 to sides. Multiplied by 2p divided by sides. All right. Okay, is this going to work now? So technically, I just load the level and I spawn the player from the player entity from the level data. All right, I think we fell through the ground is the problem though. How about we set the gravity to be 0 for now? No. So what is the problem here? All right, what is the problem here? The sides have been spawned. I don't see the player. And I don't see anything. Okay, they mentioned over here that we have the Bevy Inspector Igui. Can I use that one? The crate contains a general purpose machinery for displaying reflect values in reflect expector, a way of associating arbitrary options, really function for displaying resource, some drop-in plugins for quick entities. So I'm going to see the entities, I think, right? Create this crate with like Igui doc, and you have your own editor in less than 100 lines. Interesting. Oh wait, I did not create the collider for the player, right? I have not created the collider for the player. I missed a couple things. Cuboid player radius 1, 1. Am I going to at least see my cube? No, I don't even see the cube. And why is everything blue? Why is it so hard to make very simple things? What do I even do? How do I figure out what is wrong? Okay, let's add this thing. Quick plugins, World Inspector plugin. This is what I need. World Inspector plugin. Yeah, just do this. Cargo, add, bevy, inspect, GUI, right? Inspector, GUI. Cargo, run. I need for inside the main to add plugin, bevy. Wait, I am what? Okay, what happened? So I added the new dependency and now we need to recompile everything from scratch. Okay. Again. This happened again. We need to wait. Rust analyzer, stop. I mean, restart probably is fine. Okay. Okay, how about we close this? How do I create a new world, a new file? Close project. Save before leaving? No. New. Bevy gem. Assets. Okay, I'm going to actually have the levels because it's like multiple level. I don't even know. All right. 255 pixels by 255 pixels. Is this the world that we have? Okay. Entities. Add a new entity. This is going to be called player. Right? Okay. All right. Shit, where am I? Okay. Layers. Each layer in your level in your project has layers and defined below. The layers contents can be various types, including image tiles or integer values. Okay. Layer entity. This is entities. Okay. Entities. All right. Current level settings. Layers. Entities. Okay. Now we have this thing, and we can spawn a player. This is the player. Extra entity infos. All right. I have the player. Right? And nothing else. Let's add something else. Layers. Add. Wait, but there is something like auto stuff. We need to have an actual integer grid, which was called collisions on this other thing. Grid value 1 is going to be like block, right? Okay, 1 is block. Okay, so we are going to have blocks like over here, right? That it? That's one thing that I can do. Can I specify how this is like rendered? Layers, collisions, this. Auto layer tile set. Selecting a tile set here will enable all auto layer rendering capabilities for this layer. This allows to render automatically tiles based on the int grid values. E.g. painting random grass tiles above cells containing collision values. Okay. But this is order. Can I just make sure that this is not just a color, but a texture? I don't think so, right? Tile set, integrated. No. Let's create an actual tile set, right? Tile sets, create. Tile set, player PNG, no. Should I just create a tile set of myself? So we're just going to use paint to create those tile sets, right? Image canvas size. Let's try 64 by 64. But it's probably going to be a pain though if I have the level done in a specific like pixel size to like then change the tile set so that it has different like pixel density, right? Probably going to be pretty hard. Okay, we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maybe. By 8. This is a block. Alright. And then this. Let's say this. 2, 3, 4. This is a diagonal block. Right? And then this. Wait, should the diagonal block be this? Or should it be that? It should probably be that. I mean, I'm not the artist, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay. I feel like for this to work, we need a tile that like is like top, tile that is like bottom, tile that is on all sides, like all of that, right? Is that how you create your tiles in these editors? Just save this. Assets, tiles, PNG. Tiles, PNG, okay. Nice. Tiles layout, 8 pixels. Oh, they can also be spaced. Alright. Tile 1, custom data. You can enter any kind of data here, which will be associated to this tile and stored in the project JSON. This data could be either numbers, text, JSON, okay, basically any tile related info you want to pass to your game engine. Alright. Enum for the tile marking. By linking an enum to this tile set, you will be able to mark tiles using values from this enum. For example, you could mark tiles with following information. Collision information. By linking an enum to this tile set, you will be able to mark tiles using values from the enum. Okay. How do I create an enum? Enums. Add. Icon tile set. Tiles. Possible values. Alright. Okay, block. Left slope. Right slope. Right? Block is this. Left slope is this. Right slope is that. Is it going to be reloaded, the file here? Tile set, reload. Okay. Layers, collisions, integer grid. So it's not going to be an integer grid then, right? I'm just going to create the tiles from the tile set. Wait, why is my tile set called tiles 2 now? What happened? Ah, okay. Okay. All right. What is this? Entities, player. Okay, player is this. And oh wait, player size is different from the tile size. I see. Player is big. Entities, player size. Okay, if we work in pixels, right? Right. Can I do scale, resizable? Keep aspect ratio. Okay, player size. I don't remember what it is, but I think it like right now it was same as the size of the tile. Okay, so our level right now, it like looked something like this. We had some left slopes and we have some right slopes, right? And this is the level. Okay, we're still compiling. All right, so I can fix this to be like transparent. The tile should be Alt left pick, Control Alt copy. Can I move the layer, like can I change the which level is on the top, which level is on the bottom? Because I want the player to be in front of the tiles, I think. Mm -hmm. F1, F2. How do I change the order? Tile stacking only applies to tiles layers. If this option is enabled, you will be able to stack multiple tiles in single grid cell. I cannot just drag the layers, is the problem. Layers, I can drag them here, okay. Okay. Alright. Understood. Still compiling. Okay, well, I'm almost done. I needed to recompile everything. Or whatever. Wait, web browser? Hold on. I was compiling a web browser? What is that? Rust library to open URLs and local files in the web browsers? Okay. Okay, why not? I just use the open crate usually, which allows you to open more things, but I guess this one also works on the web. Entity 1, 2, 3, 4. Slide, jump, level. Entity 9. 94. Children. Okay, entities can have children. So I think I should have my sides as the children of the player, right? Your typical 2D platformer. Player. Despawn. Transform, translation. If I change the translation, something starts happening. Velocity. Can I change the linear velocity to be 0? Okay. No players. Okay, I have despawned my player. I don't know. So we actually have the player. I've spawned it successfully. And I don't see it. Oh, because it's not a sprite sheet anymore. Yes, that's right. We are not the sprite sheet anymore. But I still should see the collider, right? I should see the collider. Okay. Also, I'm going to do index 0. Let me load the actual level LDTK. Okay, and also okay, I actually see the level. Yo, okay. Okay. I actually see the level, but I don't see the player. Is it because like the transform? Might be because of the transform. When you're ready to live pure life, you can jump to Haskell smoothly. Yeah, I can. I tried Haskell already. I didn't like it. I mean, there are certain things that are like better than in Rust, but certain things are better in Rust than in Haskell. And especially like eventually, I think Rust will become even more. What are those things? Well, some of the things, they are both better, both good and bad, like purity itself, the immutability. In Haskell, you can only do things the immutable way, but it's not always the best way of doing things for performance. So in order to go for performance, you need to write Haskell that does not look like Haskell. I think. I didn't really try Haskell for like too long, but that's the impression that I got. And especially like for game development, you want your performance to be predictable. And I like it was hard to write something that I could predict how well or how bad it's going to perform. Like Haskell is good. but it's good. Like when you don't have those restrictions that game development has, I think. I can't really tell you the exact opinion because this was like a long time ago and I didn't really try it for super long. I know that one of the things that Haskell added recently was the linear types. You know what that is? So in Rust we have affine types, and there's like talks right now about adding linear types to Rust too. They have been just recently added to Haskell, and if we had that in Rust, that would be great. It's basically ownership system without borrowing. I think is what they have in Haskell right now. I'm not sure if you can do borrowing in Haskell. So the difference between what we have in Rust is that like you cannot use a type more than once, but with linear types you have to use it exactly once. So no more and no less than once. That's the difference between linear and affine types. Okay, what happens if I don't scale the level this much? This is the pixels that we are looking at, right? So maybe even the camera. I should set up the camera. Oh wait, did I actually see the player? Hold on, I actually see the player now. Yeah, so it was like just 100 times smaller. That's why I did not see it. Now I do. Okay. I think if we are going to work with LDTK, I need to... Okay, pixel... I want to make sure... I don't like the fact that we work with pixels. Okay? But, I would like... Okay. 1 pixel is... one tile is 8 pixels wide right now, as I have set it up in LDTK. So this is going to be 1 meter, right? Okay, so now I see the player. Yeah, the problem is that the player, for some reason though, is now scaled down. So why is the player scaled down? The box of the player is scaled down for some reason. Because I want the player size to be same as over here, right? Let me see. I think if I open the inspector, I can see one of these is the level. I have children. I have one level that's called level 0. And the children, I have one entity. No, this one, the player. I have the tiles and I have the player. The player has transform and scale is 1. Yeah, I understand, I understand. I understand. I kind of understand. I understand why the player sides are not connected to the player. It's because the player is a child of the level, and the level has the scaling, but the sides. Yeah, I did not know that in Bevy you can do children. Bevy ECS child. Parent-child hierarchy. Spawn the parent and get its entity ID. Do the same for the child. Add the child to the parent. Push children. Okay. Note that it only sets up the parent and children components and nothing else. Notably, it does not add transforms or visibility for you. If you need that functionality, you need to add those components yourself using something like special bundle. Okay. Okay, alright. Side. Okay. So when I'm setting up the sides, the parent that I have here should have this relationship, right? Parent. Set parent. Sets the parent of this entity that I just spawned. Set parent to be the parent, okay? And that's going to work. Okay. Okay, alright. But then the size of the player. Oh shit, I don't see the size now anymore. No players. Wait. Oh, no players in the beginning, yes. Instance need a tile, an associated tile set, and associated set of initial to bundled as a sprite sheet bundle. Okay, makes sense. When I set the parents, it's like stopped working. I mean, in this example, they don't set the parent, they do parent push children instead. But isn't that the same thing? If you despawn an entity that has a parent, Bevy does not remove it from the parent's children. Makes sense, right? No, it does not. The workaround is manually call remove children alongside despawn. Push children child. We can also use with children. Okay. Alright, so instead of setting the parent, we're going to do commands. Okay. So side is this. ID. Commands, entity, parent, push, children, push, child, add child. Side. The player has children, which is 4 sides. Oh. Oh. Well, I know. This basically means that since they are children, the transformation is going to be propagated automatically, right? That's why I don't see it. Update side transforms, I don't need that anymore. Like, literally, just remove that. Because I don't need that anymore. I still don't see them. I still don't see them. It's suddenly a new problem every time. Can I solve something? Okay, let's try solving the problem with the collider. Because the collider should be the size of the player inside the editor, right? It should match. Which means when I spawn a player collider, let's actually take a look at the entity instance. Is there a size? There's a width and there's height. Px, Py. Width, entity width in pixels. For non-resizable entities, it will be the same as entity definition. Okay, so basically we do, instead of 1, we do instance dot width divided by 2, right? Wait, what is considered the location, the position of this instance? I don't even know. Instance height divided by 2. If I do this, then at least the size of the collider will be the same, but when I'm spawning this... yeah. When I'm spawning the... yeah, the size of the collider is the same as the size of the tile. That is good. But then, like, the sides are also still not there. Because parent size is considered to be 1 when I'm spawning the children, but it should actually... depend on the... or wait, or should it be the transform that we scale it accordingly? I don't like having... I don't like using the derive for this specific thing. But I think my Windows Explorer has wants to crash or something. It's not responding. Oh my god, why is my Windows now broken? Can we not break? Close Windows Explorer. How could I break Windows Explorer? I didn't do anything. Oh, because I'm still... it still thinks that I'm like moving my file. This thing is so stupid. Alright, it works now. A player entity does not have a texture to it. How do I set the texture to it? Extra entity details, tags, size, minimal width and height. Hello there? Hello there, Shadow Crushers. What am I doing? I'm suffering. And also, just to ease my pain, I have downloaded the music and put it into the game. I'm trying to load the level from the LDTK editor. So, like, technically I am loading. But what are these? I see some visual glitches. The one you created. Yes, you are the creator of the music. I'm designing the level. Well, I'm not really designing the level yet. I'm just trying to create a simple level and try to load it so it works. And then somebody else can use this tool to design the level. Hopefully not me. It's supposed to be Davey. So this thing I have loaded already, right? And then there's the player over here. This is the player. I have coordinates, I have the size of it. So that's what I use to spawn the player in the game world. But it's not exactly... Oh, can I make sure that the player is only one? Maximum count, one. Per level? Yes, per level. And move the last one. Then move the last one. Yeah. Okay. So this is how I move where the player is located. Oh wait, why is... Okay. How about the grid? Settings, worldview. Where's my size of the grid? The size of the grid is like 16 pixels. The size of the player and the tiles are only 8. Which is weird. This thing does seem to be correct though. Right? Is it? Yeah, I think it is correct. Looks exactly the same. Is it 255 pixel? The number of cells are 8. What? What is 255? 255 is the size of the world. I can resize the world. But the size of one cell on the world grid is 16 pixels. Number of cells is 16. I don't know what the number of cells is. Does it matter? And there's my old level in the bottom left. Okay, let's you know what? Let's just ignore all the problems for now, and let's move all the other things. So I have the slide, the jump. These are the power-ups. So I need to make more entities, right? I make more entity. The slide power-up. Yeah, like why is the okay? Is this app only going to work with 16 by 16 grids? Layers, project settings. Okay, default layer grid, 8 pixels. Okay, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. So that's my level now. Wait. Project settings. Default layer grid. 4 pixels. Default layer grid. No, it should be 8 pixels, right? But did... Okay, what? No. What happened? If I make it 16, it doesn't change the size of the grid. What? 3 cells, 48 pixels. 4. Default layer grid. Oh, wait, it's default layer grid. But what is this, like, the world cells? It's not the layer. I want... Is there no such option? World coordinates, world depth, custom fields. No way. LGTK, change grid size. Layers, entities. Oh, okay, it's because the entities grid is like this. All right, now I can do this. Okay, nice. This grid is like calculated from the from the maximum grid size, I guess, of the layers. That's how it works. Okay. Now I don't see anything. Wait, what? What happened? Hold on, what? Now I don't see anything. Where is everything? It was just working and now it's not working? Because I did what? But I did nothing? See, like, this is what has been happening today for 4 hours. Like, I don't understand what is happening at all. Like, at all. I don't know where to look. Entity. Children. Level 0. Children. Have the player. I have the transform of the player. Translation. Negative. $56. The linear velocity is there for some reason, although it should not be. And it means to be a perfect loop, okay. Just use the same thing in the same project. Hmm. I'm wondering also if the camera should technically be not the transform, but the global transform, right? Because the camera is global. No, not the player. Yeah, transform on the camera, but query on the global transform of the player. Okay. Maybe that's the problem. Attempted to take translation. Global transform. Hold on. Compute transform returns the transformation. The transform. Okay. To Translation. Yeah, translation XY. Okay, that's how I do it. It's probably not the problem though, but who knows? No one really knows. Okay, well, it is better. It is better. I'm seeing something. But I don't see the player anymore. Where did my player go? I was seeing it before. Now I do not. Also the location of... Wait, what was it? I saw something. Some random lines are being drawn sometimes. Is something being none? Where is my player? Okay, let's try this. Player should have not just the visual. Editor visual. Rectangle. Okay, tiles 2. Yes. Tiles 2. Which tile? Let's make the player same as like the box. Save. Alright, well, okay, I actually see the player. I don't see its collider. That's what it is. And why is the player in this position? Why is the player not where I told... Not where it should be? What is that? What is that place even? How did you get there? Let's not have the sides. Is it the sides? Oh, it's not the sides. Wait. The player collider is where it needs to be, but the player sprite is rendered not where it needs to be. That's the random, like, I don't, yeah, you see this? This line? It's pointing from the actual, like, location of the player. That's, like, over there. That's where the player is supposed to be, but this sprite is for some reason placed here. What? Decided on the name yet? No. Why is the sprite rendered here? I don't understand. I do not understand. Literally 4 hours. I cannot understand what I'm doing. I should have been using my own engine. Yeah, I know I turned off my webcam. I'm angry. Because I don't understand what's happening. Hello there. Yeah, I know you sent me a link. I opened it. It was just loading. What's next for you, LDTK? Yeah, I can tell you how to work in LDTK, I guess, because I have figured it out already. What do you think of this music for the main game? I made in-game level editor? No, I did not. What do you mean? I did not make an in-game. This is not in-game. This is LDTK. And then I'm trying to load it. And it's not loading. I think okay, let me not do the transform on the LDTK level itself. Let's instead work in pixels. Whatever. So I'm going to change the camera instead. Yeah, I have loaded the player and the level from LDTK file. Okay, yeah, see, it works now. Some things are still very weird, like, why is this tile being rendered like that? I don't understand. This looks like a bug to me. Oh, in game, this thing, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. It's not the editor, it's a plugin for bevy. It's the inspector, yes. But bevy inspector plugin. This thing is what I'm using, and I can, like, you can pair it with some other stuff, and you can make an actual, like, editor in the game. Then let me listen to it. Well, you were just listening to it. You were just here, no? Here it is. Okay, and here's the other one, which is like supposed to be for the title screen. I like the echo begin so much though. Not sure how it sounds without the echo. I don't know what I don't even know. I don't. Yeah, you guys like the music? I put it in the game, okay? I am too frustrated with the code, so I don't really want to think about it much. It's good, it's fine. Okay, LBTK is very easy to use though. Okay. Very easy to use. Yes. Well, I mean, I don't know how to make those things connected together. They're not connected. I guess I need to draw a new tile that is like over here, the connection. Yeah, they're good music, good music. You didn't need to stay all night because we still have like multiple days, right? Well, Okay, so what is wrong right now? Let me see. I have the player. I don't have the collisions. The player bounding box, the collision box seems okay to me. I don't have the sides on it for some reason. Let me do the collisions for register LDTK int cell. Wait, is it an int cell even? LDTK enum. Hold on. It's weird. I did it with an enum. Before joining the stream, I checkmated my friend in 7 moves in chess. The board analyzer showed my accuracy to be 100%. Wow. How do I open? Okay, we open the typical platformer example. What is the difference here? The difference is that the layers, we have the collisions. This is an integer grid. Dirt. Right? So we actually draw dirt like this, and then like the tiles get created automatically. Right? Door. Who's going to draw the tiles? We don't really have the Okay, Davey, you want me to show you how to use the LDTK? At least the things that I know. Okay. So you create new project. I mean, I have created one already. Right, this one. Basically, you have the world, which has I think initially you have one layer, one level, but here's how you create a level. Right, you just spawn it anywhere in the world. By default, you already have one. This level, you can, okay, you need to set up your layers. I have set up the layer of the entities and layer of the tiles. Let's say I wanted to create a new layer that was an integer grid. I just create one, I set things up here. I say that 1 is 1, whatever that means. And then I can draw with 1. Layer, integer grid. I can change its color to be something else of the 1, but I don't think I can set it to draw something. Alter layer tile set. This. Advanced operation. Bake auto layer. Baking will flatten this layer. Edit rules. Okay. What does git commit do? It commits into git. Hold on, group. Use assistant, create empty group. Oh shit, auto rendered tiles. You don't have to fill all the tiles. Okay, JV, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Okay, I don't know how to do the integer grid and the automatic tiling. That's for auto tiling. You think you know? Okay, I don't know how to do that. But you can do entities. So I have like over here you can create a new entity. So I have, let me create the entity that is called the jump power up, right? Its size is set for us to 16 by 16 by default, but I have actually changed it to be 8 by 8. Like all the grids. Maybe we should work with 16 by 16 because it's the default and I don't know how to change that for the entity. But yeah, now that I have this jump power up entity, we can set the maximum count. Like for the player, you can set the maximum count to 1. Edit a visual. Can be from tiles. And I can select the tile of the jump to be like this thing. Like jump power up is this is the player, and this is the slide. The slide is big, apparently. Okay, that's what I know. So that's how you spawn entities. So basically there's like different layers that you can have, right? I've tried the tiles and I tried the entities. Those things I know how to work. Integer grid and auto layer, I don't know how that works. So on the tiles layer, you need to set up the tile set. The tile set I initially like created from the image that I have, and you need to like configure how it's stored inside the image. So I used Paint to create this and imported this into LDTK file. That's what I did. Enum for tile marking. There's also this enum feature. That I don't really understand what it does. By linking an enum to this tile set, you will be able to mark tiles using values from this enum. For example, you could mark tiles with following information: collision information, special material, footstep sound. Maybe layer masks? I have no idea. What do you mean maybe layer masks? Maybe. Like they're used for layer masks. Is that what you mean? Why? What are the enums used for? I thought I could use the enum to like understand if this style is okay. Worldview. I'm going to. How do I delete this level? Okay, I have only one level. So yeah, I have already this level, right? So this style can be like is a block. So yes, it's like literally it said so in the description that enum can be used to provide me with the collision information, right? So that when I import this into the game engine, I can use that to create the collider. For integer grid, maybe yes, but no. Integer grid is like a completely different thing, which also seems like an enum, but an integer enum, and that enum is not integer. I don't know what's the difference between the integer grid and the enum, but from inside the the engine over here, I have the ability to register LDTK int cell, so like a specific, like I can basically spawn whatever I want for the cell, like the collider, right? You will figure it out eventually. Well, I need to figure out how you're going to use it so that I know, I guess, how to load it, right? Because what if I make it work with my level here and then you do it differently and it's not going to work anymore? Okay, let me do the entities. The entities, the slide, and the jump power up. There you go. And it is the slide. It's also going to be 8x8. And I'll make a small level quick. Yeah. Make a small level. We only have the slide power up, the player, and the jump power up implemented in the game right now. I'm not sure how like you draw stuff though, because there is no way for you to draw the tiles directly. You just import the image, right? That you need to draw in some other program. Okay, and then there's one more problem, which is my sides are not there anymore. Bevy ECS tile map. LDT case, I mean, yeah. Hello there? Hello, hello. Examples: platformer, main, systems, setup. Spawn wall collision. Okay, I want something like that. Added wall. Parent without wall. Hello, baby. Go help Kubik, he said. Yeah, why don't you help me? Thank you. Okay, I just want to spawn the collisions for the walls, right? So that's why I'm looking at this example. What is a wall? Components. Wall. Just a tag. With a wall bundle. Okay. Are you hiding your face to hide your sadness? Yes. Might even like mute my microphone at some point. Because it has been 4 hours and I did not do any progress. I added LDTK, so I imported the level in the beginning of the stream and I still have not loaded it like everything that I need, you know? I don't like how things work in the ECS world. They are very confusing. So here's one example, okay? There is a entity in the game world which is labeled entity, which is labeled player, right? So over here, I have entity that is called player, right? Whenever this player is found in the game world, we are registering this, which makes me spawn an entity using this bundle. And in order to configure this bundle, I need to use this derive macro. That is very, like, I don't like how you use it. Why would they not do something like this? Register LDTK entity player create player. Why did they not do that, you know? And then you could like have create player which returns something that's a bundle, you know? Why not that API? Okay. So what doesn't work? Okay, I have spawned a player and a player. Okay, what does not work? That's a good question. Yes, I was trying to do multiple things at the same time, I guess. Okay, right now I have disabled the gravity because I have not spawned the collisions for the things, right? So I need to spawn the collision for the walls. The walls over here, the way I did it, is they are done using the tiles layer. But in the example, they're using the integer grid layer. So do I need to like draw the tile and then do an integer grid on top of that? Wait, why am I not even drawing anything? Integer grid. 1. It's supposed to be red. Why am I not drawing it? Hello? What doesn't work? I cannot draw my integer layer even. To show you what's not working. Anyway. So. I'm going to... How do I delete the layer? Layers, integer grid, delete. Okay, so I only have 2 layers. The entities and the level. Right? How do I convert my level into the thing? It seems like the only thing that I can use is to register the integer cells and the entity cells, not the tile map cell. Right? Which means that I actually need to use the integer grid. Okay, let's use the integer grid. Okay, now I can draw it. I don't know what changed, but like, so I need to draw my level using the integer grid then, right? Which means that I have 2 layers that need to be synchronized with each other. So it's supposed to be working with the auto tiling, right? Because tiles are just the paint that we have, right, Davey? Is that how it's supposed to be working? So I actually draw the level not using tiles themselves, but using the integer grid. So the tile layer is now like is not even needed for me, right? So this integer grid, this one should be grid values 1. So this is block, right? How do I turn this block? Auto layer tile set, this. Okay, now that I have this, nothing works, I guess. Yeah, okay, so the auto tiling is what's not working. Because I need to set up the rules, right? So what are the rules? I need to group. Why do I need the group? Random seed. Create an empty group. Add a rule. 1 by 1. Block. Okay. And this is going to be this. Alright. Okay, I actually understand. It's actually easy. Alright, fine, guys, fine. But so right now I just created the rule that is like 1 by 1 rule. So like yeah, but I could make tiles that are like on the side also, right? Right. Okay. So what the only thing that I care about is going to be the integer grid, right? And how it looks, it's going to like does not matter to me. So you can do that in any way you want, right? The only thing that matters to me as the programmer is the integer grid layer and the entity layer, right? Right. Okay. So now I'm going to register the LDTK int cell, right? The value. Okay, so this is also something that I don't like, right? The integer cell value, this is an integer, right? So I'm going to say 0. No, it's not 0, it's actually 1, right? But I have this thing named to be block. Why could I not have this API here where I name this block? Okay, I cannot do that. I need to do actual integers. Okay, and the integer cell is like block bundle, right? Okay, so what I create here for this thing, ldtk int cell struct block bundle block block, and then block is the component. This seems unnecessary to me, you know? I don't like how this looks, how this works. But there is a way to do this without the derives, though. Consider annotating block with default. No, this one should be default. Okay, right. Okay. Okay, typical LGTK, I'm going to remove that. Okay, so now that we have so now what this does is we create the block component for every grid cell, right? And then in another system, just like they do over here, right? We are going to make a query. So whenever we add a wall, we are going to query this, like everything about it, to construct our wall collisions, right? Although technically, like they say over here, they could instead just insert the collider bundle, but this spawns different collider for every wall tile. Okay, let me just do that. Collider, and this with block collider. Block collider. 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 Cuboid. Cuboid. What is the sizes of this? Cell. What is wrong? Expected int grid cell, found int grid cell. Okay. This cell. What do we have inside cell? Value. So it doesn't really matter. How do I know though the size of the grid here? So like in order to spawn the collider, I need to know the size of the grid, right? And I don't know that here. So if I just do 1 1, what is going to happen? Because like the size of one cell is 8 by 8 pixels. So I don't even have that information here. Yeah, see? The colliders are there, but they're too small. It should be 4 by 4 because these are half sizes. Okay. And then I can bring back the gravity. I will bring back the gravity, and the game works again, kind of. Not really, because the gravity is too small now, because we're working in pixels. Glad I could help. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now the gravity should be multiplied by 8, because that's like the pixels. We now work in pixel space, even although I don't understand why we have to work in pixel space. I don't like working in pixel space, but like transforming the level made something break. Okay, so now I can move kind of like before, right? But we don't have the power-ups and the sides. The biggest problem is the sides, actually, because I changed the way they work. They are now attached as children to the parents. So they are supposed to be there. So what I'm wondering is, like, bevy and bevy repair to D probably does not take the global. Will it break if you use a different pixel size tile set? Okay, well, you just set it to whatever you want, and then yeah, and then when we fix it, so that like it will only change once, right? I think the default is 16 by 16 for a tile, so I think that's what we use because it's the default. I think the problem is that, hold on, where is 0 0? Does anyone know where in this world do we have the 0 0? Is this the 0 0? Let's move this level into the 0 0, right? I'm gonna test with 18 pixel 1 because it has slope. Wait. Hold on, I cannot move. What happened? Are you serious? Did I break something by just moving the level into a different position? Bro. Okay, now it works. Wait. Now it works. Now that I have moved myself through the editor, it actually works. I think the problem is exactly the same again. Because we are too aligned with these, like, blocks. Which makes it really weird. Weird. Okay, anyway. The problem right now that I'm having is the sides. These things not work now. So how do I make them work? Let me make them bigger. Maybe I just don't see them for some reason. Oh wait, I see something now. I see something now, right? This is something, but what is it? That's not how it's supposed to be looking like. Oh, because over here we don't have the pixels. Yeah. Okay. What is your pixel? Okay. Yeah. Nah. How do I do this properly? Hold on. I don't like this. How do I make this? Okay, here's the problem. All right. Here's the problem. My player inside the level is like this thing, right? But this thing is actually like 8 by 8 pixels right now, right? But the transformation of this object is so that the scaling is 1 to 1, right? So like I need, in order to do this properly, even the cube, even like the collider for the player itself, right now. Oh, width and height. Yeah, I have this information here. Instance width, instance height. Hold on, do I have the entity instance still? Wait, why do they remove the entity instance? How do I get this information back? Hello? How do I get this information back? Why did they remove the component from me? Or did they not remove the component? They spawned a new entity. It's like a different one based on the other one. Like, which component has the entity instance? Which entity has the entity instance component, I guess, right? Yeah, like I want to know the size of the entity inside another system. How do I do that? Maybe, you know what? Maybe I need to look at the example actually. How did they do that? Collider bundle. From entity instance for collider bundle. Bro, they literally like hard-coded this into the example. Why did they hard-code it? Isn't that information like available in the editor? Because you can resize the entities. Why don't you just use the information from the editor? Why do you hard-code this? Bing, 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 bing. Entities, player. Like this should not be in code. Add a field that contains a single value. Okay, see, you can even like configure your entities by having like values, you know? Player. Because like these things should not be controlled by the programmer, right? These things should be controlled by the like game designer, level designer, whatever. Like for example, I could have a value that's called density so that you control the density of the player, right? I can load it from this, but I don't have this information parsed. Oh no, there is field instances. Yes, all array of custom fields and their values. See, this thing is here. Field instance, identifier, type, and value. So you can like customize the player using those custom fields inside the editor. LDTK. Okay. So I actually want to get my like the reference to the entity instance. Can I do that? Can I just clone it? You know what? You know what? Player bundle, entity instance, entity instance. Can I just do that? Is it going to do the default? I think it's going to do the default. VCS LDTK. LDTK entity. Derive macro usage. LDTK entity. Indicates that a component or bundle that implements the LDTK entity should be created using LDTK bundle entity, allowing for nested LDTK entities. No. From entity instance. Actually, entity instance. This is what I want. It allows you to have an entity instance field since entity instance implements the from entity instance. Okay, so that's what I do then. Like this. Okay, so then inside the side setup, I can have the entity instance. Make an experimental game and cannot decide if I want to use my normal approach, structured arrays, or bevy ECS. I'm not a fan of ECS, but I'm not a fan of my like default normal approach either. There must be something in the middle. You know, there are upsides and downsides of ECS. Like, it's very hard to rely on the code that I'm writing on right now. It's constantly breaking because of this ECS paradigm. Because it's dynamic, because of its dynamic nature, you see? When you move something from being statically typed in and statically like checked into being this like highly dynamic entity component system, it starts breaking all the time. Definitely shouldn't do everything in ECS. Well, that's how Bevy is like built. They do everything in ECS. That's the philosophy of the engine. Everyone is saying that you should not do everything in ECS, but then Bevy, they do exactly that. They do everything in ECS. Isn't that weird? Okay. So the parent size is actually a vector. Because it's like, it's a 2D, right? There's a width and then there's height. Let me see. Half width is going to be 0.5. Width 0.2. Move it up by 0.5. And then transform from scale back 3 new entity instance width, entity instance height. Z is not going to be scaled. Okay. Is this going to be good? Let's see. It's not working. And I cannot rotate myself. Can I make the player slightly smaller? Player size 7 by 7. Let's try that. Okay. At least I'm not stuck now. But then the sprite is not correct either. So, yeah, my player actually does not look like in the editor. Okay. Oh, wait, does it? Hold on, maybe it does? What is this? Bash stack? Modern web framework in Bash. 50 stars. Okay, it's not Photoshop. Issues, pull requests? No, nothing. Forks. There's one fork that is private. Why? Not sure. It's going viral. Okay, why is the size of the player not aligned now? No, actually, I think the player itself is fine. You got started by someone with a lot of GitHub followers, so everyone now is starting it. Yeah, I think the sprite is fine. It's the collider that is wrong. Wait, why is the collider wrong? Why is the collider wrong? Player bundle. Width divided by 2, height divided by 2. I mean, isn't that how it's supposed to be working? Hold on, why is the collider not the same size as the actual thing? It should be 3.5 by 3.5. Debug. Instant width. Instant width should be 7, right? So then we divide 7 by 3.5, we by 2 we get 3.5. Before it was 4. It was aligned perfectly before. So what happened? Yeah, width is 7. This thing is correct. Oh my god, everything just breaks all the time. Like, why is this broken? Why? Who can understand that? Coordinates. I can even make them pixel by pixel. Wait. this is where the transformation actually happens. So it's not the instance. Okay, so are you saying that the player actually has the transform now that is scaled? Player transform. Player is actually scaled now. Oh no. So the instant width is not the same as like the texture width. And the transform is like based on both of those, which is weird. Like why is that like that? So how do I actually set my things? It's not the instance width. It's instance width, but like we need to undo the transformation, right? Instance. But there is no transformation here yet. It's not yet calculated, right? Tile set a rectangle, height, width, x, y. Okay, that's what we do. All right. Instance dot tile unwrap. Tile width multiplied by tile width divided by instance width. So that's the formula that I need to use, right? I think that's the formula that I need to use. And over here we do the height by height divided by instance height. Right? Okay, let me also, while I'm at it, the level that I'm loading, I'm going to have name LGTK world bundle. Yes, I want this thing to be named name new world. Okay, this is actually going to be called world 2 LGTK instead of level. Yeah, world makes sense. How's your progress, Davey? Is your level done already or no? Who is going to be faster? Me figuring out all the things or you creating the level actually? Okay. Now it's wrong again. Now it's wrong again. Hold on. It's all wrong. No, the formula is incorrect. Now we are bigger than needed. Now we're bigger than needed. Hold on. What is the formula that I need? So the sprite is 7 by 7. So the entity is 7 by 7, but the texture is 8 by 8. Which means that we have the transformation of scale, which is 7 divided by 8, right? So I need some value of x that when I multiply this by 7 by 8, it's going to be equal to 7. So is it 8? Okay, so it's still okay. So that's where I get it from. It's just okay. Okay, fine. It's actually a simpler formula then. It's just the tile width and tile height. Like of the texture, right? Mm-hmm. It works. Go. Okay, so what you can do, Davey, in your level editor, you can actually make your player. And it is resizable. Okay. So I can resize my player to be anything. Wait, how do I resize it so like subpixel? Can I resize it subpixel? Well, I know I can edit it over here, like 5 by 7, for example, and it's going to be. How do I save as? Because I changed the world. Yeah. Because I actually get the size of the player now. See, my player is now this. If we wanted to do this, that's what we can do. You just set it up in the editor. Okay, Pog. Now what? Now we need to like bring back the sides. Because for some reason I broke them. I broke them when? Okay, we'll have the world. The world has children. One of those children is a level 0. We have children inside that. That is the player. The player has children. Which is this 4 sides. Yeah, so the transformation of the 4 sides, of all the 4 sides, is just the identity transformation. But did I not set the transformation? Why is it like that? Side transform. Okay, transform bundle identity. Side transform. Shadow Crushers, welcome back. Yeah, it's this transform. What am I doing? I'm working on the game. Making it work. Still loading the level. Fixing things that I broke, which is the sides of the cube that we're playing with. From transform. This is the transform. So the parent we actually don't need then. The side is just the tag. I mean, we just need the blank tag then. Transform. Hello, hello. Okay, let me see this. This should fix it. But some of my systems should not work because I am not using the side. This is not needed anymore because the transform is now the actual transform, and the parent is already there because bevy has this like notion of parents and children. All right, we have the 4 sides, and they actually are scaled properly, even although my player is not like a square, but a rectangle, right? Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Now let me fix this side, this thing. See where it's going to break. So sides. Side activation. Okay, you know what? We still have this side, but it's just a flag. So effect, jump effect. Yeah, over here, side transform. Parent. Okay, so we get parent. And we have transform of the entity with the effect, with side, and with effect. Can you do with side and effect? With T. T is just one component, right? Okay. So side is, okay, parent transform. Parent get. Transform. Transform. Okay. And then we do the same over here. With side, with effect. We check parent. Transform. Parent transform. Wait, I don't need the parent here. I think I need. Yeah, entity parent get. Parent get. Okay, actually, I don't even need transform. It looks like, not for this one, but I will need it for that one, right? And this is me picking up the power up. Okay, so side, which is blank. We get its parent to change its friction to 0. Okay. What is that? Very complex type. Consider factoring parts. Can I do this one using the world query? That's how I make it simpler. Transform is not even used. Wait, it is. Unused variable transform? Sides parents. Oh wait, this is parent transform. Yeah, why do I never needed parent transform, right? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, parent transform. Yeah, okay. It was just renamed incorrectly, named incorrectly. Okay. Let's see. I also need to spawn the. I still need to spawn the actual power-ups from the player. So let's work on that. We already have this. Ah, no, we actually have this in the world. I can make sure that one of them is green like that, right? And another one is like yellow. Okay, sides work, but we don't have the power-up, I think. So I need to set up the entities. This is going to be from this tile. This is slide, which is yellow. And this one is going to be the green. Okay, so this is jump power up, this is the slide power up, guys, right? Right. And you can I should also like set the size exactly as it is in this thing, right? So they are going to be like huge right now. Tile opacity. Okay, you can even change the opacity, apparently. What is fill? Fill color opacity? What does that mean? Outline color opacity? Oh, there's can be outline color. Nice. Hollow? Whatever that means. Fill opacity. Oh, maybe it is just for the editor visual, right? The entity, the visual representation of the entity in the editor window. Okay. Okay, the level is saved. I need to load those things now, right? Yeah, so we just need to register 2 more things. So we're going jump, power up, bundle for the jump, power up. Also this one, I want to rename this. What do I rename? Slide, power up. Slide power up, jump power up. Though this is what we need. Jump power up. Slide power up. And this is slide power up jump bundle. Now I need to specify what those things are. So we do jump power up bundle. And we do slide power up bundle. Slide, slide. Okay, so this is how we spawn the slide. This is how we spawn the jump. And all of that is now not needed. Try mesh, I'm not doing that. Index map. Yeah, I'm not using the txt map anymore. Try map, not need that. Yeah. This is now all very much simpler, right? Supposedly. Okay. What do we need to do? Transform bundle. Wait, actually, it should, just like the player, have this sprite sheet. Right? This is going to have the transform and the texture on it. Then we do power up. This side power up. So I need to derive default for that one too. I'm going to do sensor because it's going to be sensor. Effect is going to be side effects jump effect. Name. Can I rename this to be entity name? With entity name, yeah. So instance, can I just take instance dot? You have to name the entity right. Yes, exactly. That's how I convert this into is there any other way I could do that? I mean, technically you could set up all the components yourself, right? Inside the editor. But I don't think that's a good idea. Like you could add power up component and the jump effect power up. That's what you would need, and like the sensor. I think based on name is fine, right? Identifier. Okay, name with entity name. Borrow data escapes outside a function. What do you mean? This is into cow static. Pretty sure this thing should compile. As string. I mean, okay, I'm going to clone it, but that's a weird error. Or is into cow static not implemented for string slices that are not static? Maybe that's why, but the error is confusing then. I think that's all I need. Then I can copy paste this, and it's just like a different effect. Which is why I would like this to be not like that, but a function instead. Okay, I have it. Oh shit, it's too high up. It's too high up. I also see the visual artifacts. You guys see that? You guys see that? What is that? How do I fix that thing? Okay, this is jump. Hmm. Maybe it's going to be power up bundle over generic type T, and this is the generic effect that I have. T cannot be shared between threads safely. Static, send, sync. Is that what you want from me? Bundle, it should be a component, and it should have the default. So I'm going to say that this is the power up bundle of the jump effect. And this is a slide effect. This one should derive the default. Okay, let me also move this thing to the bottom so that I can at least pick it up. Let's test this. Okay, I'm no longer this as much frustrated as I was before. So here I am. Hi. Actually doing some progress. I think the progress started happening when Davey, you have entered the chat. So why were you not here before? Face reveal, yeah. Hello. Oh shit, it does work. I cannot pick it up. Oh, it's because the collider. Yeah, I don't see the sensor collider. Did I not? I think I did not create the collider. Or a bundle? Yeah, collider. 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 With entity collider. I actually think that this also can be reused. So it's not only player collider, it's like actually entity collider. Alright, let's see. Aria. I'm almost like at this point where like LTTK it has been figured out. Almost. I'm spawning the entities. I'm using the tile, the int grid to configure things. How am I liking it? Well, I'm not sure about the auto tiling. Although I think I have figured that out too. Okay, actually I did take this slide on my side, but it's not being activated. Yeah, and I'm not jumping using my jump. Okay, so that's the problem. What do you have to do besides player and power up? The level? Right? We have player, we have oh, maybe the exit. Maybe the exit, right? Because in order to complete the level, we need to go to the exit. Beside level? I mean, yeah. Maybe we're going to do some enemies, like you were talking about enemies, but I have not implemented those yet, right? Okay, let me see. Why is my effect? Okay, let me see about the jump effect first. This is unused. Oh no, this is very complex type. Okay. So yeah, we should be jumping technically side with this effect. When it gets activated. Is it the side activation, I think, is what's not working? It might be the side activation system. Because I changed this one, right? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. This is what not working. It's like the same problem again. Because my sides need to be sensors that actually like do this. Collision events and active collision types all. This is what we need. Oh wait, but it is there for my sides. No, 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 I have it actually. Never mind, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, because I can pick up. You have a genius idea? What if you have systems that don't silently skip entities but actually return an error? But this acts as a filter though. You know? I mean, technically there is a filter on the right, right? So, for example, this is the filter where we have added a side, or like with or without. So if you were like to duplicate those filters as over here, right? To the right, then it would work. And especially it would work fine with the derives because you could do it automatically. You could annotate the fields as being required or like stuff. So there is less duplication. Maybe, I don't know. You can create your own prototype ECS system so that it works. Right? You don't need to make it performant. So you just use hash maps of type ID. That's what you're doing, Kappa? Okay. We'll take a look at that. If you actually are doing that. Is my inspector able to do the events? No, I only see the assets, the resources, and the entities, right? No events. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. What's wrong? Here's one other thing that I'm not a fan of in this ECS system is like the initialization. We already talked about like loading of the assets, right? But over here I have a warning which says no players, right? This is because my system, that is the camera that is following the player, is actually not. Shit. I think both of my sides are now jump. Hold on, error, could not despawn entity because it doesn't exist in the world. How do you export? You save, Control S. Or do you mean how do you send it to me? You want me to add you to the Git? So that you can just... is it just in the save folder? Wait, what is in the save folder? No, I mean... when you created the project, you selected where to save it, no? But you can do Control Shift S to save as. And you select a new file. You need to export to JSON. No, it's like the JSON file is already like the format. This LDTK is the JSON. Primarily when a single is not useful on its own and requires others, like velocity is dependent on position. Yeah, there is like the dependencies on the components, I guess, right? ACS component dependency. Yeah, that would be Borg actually. To have the to specify the dependency of the component so that you don't on accident create like something with the transform but without the global transform, because I cannot, like, then nothing is going to be rendered, you know? Yeah, like for me, for example, I mean, technically you might think that it is like velocity is dependent on position, but maybe sometimes it actually is not. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason, because it's more composable if you don't force the dependency. Like for example, we have the activate event, right? I call this event the activate event. No, event is not correct. But okay, over here I have the active component, right? This active component means that the site is active. So this only like is applicable to sides, right? So active component is there, then it means that it is the side right now for my game. Like by technically I could activate not only the sides but other things too, right? And like this jump effect, I'm actually already reusing the same jump effect component. This component of the jump effect can like be on the power up, and then it can transition into the player, like player side, right? So yeah, like is velocity the only example that we have that you can respond to with what? Maybe it's like too specific of an example, you know? Or maybe there's... Oh, actually, no. Nerdsol, you are wrong. There is something that has the velocity, but does not have the position. Which is, for example, in my farting game, we had the the wind, right? So if you have the wind that is like on the entire screen, it would only have the velocity, it would not have the position. You know? Not velocity, it's force field? No, no, the wind. Different thing, you know? No, no, but the wind is moving at a constant velocity, no? Like the texture is moving at a constant velocity. It's not moving at a constant force. It's at a constant velocity. The wind entity does not move. Yes, I mean, is the wind even an entity in such, in my case? It could be. Everything could be the thing, yeah. If you want. Yeah. Yeah. Here's another example, like you want to make sure that the component is existing, means that another component exists. How about this one? I want my sides to always have only one effect on them, right? So how do I make sure of that? Because right now I can create a side that technically can have two effects on it. Because the effect is not an enum, like most, like both of the effects that we have right now in the game are two separate tags that I put on my entities. And I could put both of them if I wanted to. Right? So should this instead have been an enum side effect, which inside is either a jump or a slide? But then it's not really separated into two different systems. You should make it an enum, but it's not but it's not then pluggable, you know? I cannot make a plugin for my game that creates another effect. It makes more sense from non-ECS perspective, but from ECS perspective, it makes more sense, right? Your side could have a single field, which is the ID of the component, of the effect component. Oh, and that's how you make sure. So you, okay. Yes. So we have a component which acts like an enum, which inside holds the type ID of the actual component. Effect entity then. Too many entities. Your side could have a single field, which is the idea of the effect. You mean entity instead of component. Wait, did you actually mean that your side could have a single field, which is the idea of the effect entity? But effect is not an entity. No, effect is not an entity. We have a player, which is an entity, and we have four sides on it, which are all entities, which are children of the thing, of the player. You can make it an entity. Yeah, I can. Like even the size, should the size be different entities which are like children of the player, or should the player have a single component which is like a list of four sides? Because but this also allows me to like things like that. I don't know. There is a lot of like the side should be entities. That's how I would do it anyways. Yeah, I think there is no way for me for the side to have the sensor on it if it's not a separate entity, right? Because the collider on the player is different from the collider on the side, which is a sensor. So yeah, for the sides it makes more sense. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, my sides don't work. Yeah, I can pick up stuff, but I'm not jumping because my side activation system is not working. All right, let's see. Side activation system. Why is it not working? Sides. We query in everything with the side tag. Side triggers. Oh, the side trigger. Yes, the side trigger. Yes. I forgot that I need to tag everything. So, yeah. Davey, we could for the... wait, let me see this over here. Tile set. No, not tile set. Layers, int grid. Yeah, this one. Can I, for this grid, value 1, which is block, can I add some additional like data to this? I guess not, because it's not an entity. I could do this for an entity, but not for like actual grid values. Are you missing a component? I never thought I would troll ECS. Yeah, I am missing a component. Exactly. I think that's like that's what always happens. If something is not working, I have forgot to put a component into my entity, and I need to figure out which component did I forget. That's what always happening. Like for example, I forgot to put active events, collision events before, and before I put that in, my collisions were not detecting this and that. My events were not triggering, and my collisions were not detected because of those two things. Okay, so basically, we create the block collider, block bundle. Yes, block bundle. So whatever I'm creating the incel, this thing should have the effect, side effect trigger component, so that when the side collides with a block, it gets activated. That's how I do it, right? And then I need to derive the default for that one. Okay. Never thought you would troll ECS. Well, at least it's not super spaghetti, you know?
Woohoo!
Hey, there we go. We jumped. Jump. I don't know, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe that's why I'm forgetting. So another question is, why am I jumping too high, right? How far should I be jumping? Is there a way that I can configure this? Right now I'm using a magical constant. No, I did not. I'm okay. You want me to do it right now? Okay. So did you create a texture? Because you only sent me the LDTK file, but your texture should be like is referenced from inside. I don't think it's embedded. Yeah, see? You have downloaded something. I thought you were creating this yourself, but you have downloaded something and you point this to the downloads folder. Should you draw everything yourself? Well, someone should draw everything themselves because it is not allowed for this gem to use existing assets. That's the rules.
Woohoo!
There are a lot of bugs in this, you know, and I feel like a lot of bugs, like all of these bugs, are because of the ECS approach. I blame ECS, all right. I would not have made the same bugs that like we have the double sound effect for the slide. We sometimes duplicate the jump side effect on two sides at the same time because if they collide at the same time with the power up, then both of the sides are going to take the side, you know? Both of the sides are going to have the power up then. It's just because there are no rules. It's too easy to copy paste to make a mistake. Okay, what are we fixing first? The jump height? Okay, what do we have here? We have the parent transform. Normal. Hold on. I think I want parent transform rotation multiplied by my transform rotation, right? How do I convert this into a vector? It's not normal to be a negotiation of your parents. There's only one parent here. It's parent and child. And we rotate together. So like the parent is rotating, the child is rotating. I need to figure out the child's global. Okay, no, I don't want the global technically, right? I want the child's transform a relative to the parent of its parent, you know? So not the global one. If you rotate your parent too much, there's a real chance they will end up 6 feet under. 6 feet under? Did I hear 6 feet under? Six Feet Under is a good game. I don't know if that's what you are referring to. Probably just to... especially rotating around x-axis is dangerous in most coordinate systems. Yeah. You usually want to rotate it around z if you are doing 2D stuff. Okay, how okay, what is this from? The quad? This is the quaternion. How do you convert the quaternion rotation into a vector? What is this library? Glam. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, someone is dead. Yes, I know. So there was a game made for Ludum Dare 48 6 Feet Under. This was a game like this one. Yeah, and then they promised us a full release and never delivered. Can you imagine? Quaternions are funny. What do you run? What do you do after you run out of alphabet in from XYZ but need one more letter? It's W. You go backwards. So you start with XYZ, and then this is the end of the alphabet. You're like, yeah, yeah. It's so logical. I mean, is it not? Well, the W is really like the weird coordinate. Because like usually the W is the coordinate that you divide by. So like it's not the coordinate of the fourth dimension. What's X, Y, Z, W in road 13? Wait, what do you mean road 13? Where is road 13? Two-axis angle? Two-scaled axis? No. I want to apply the quaternion to a vector. How do I do that? Multiply vector. Multiply a quaternion and a 3D vector to return the rotated vector. Okay. Multiply vec 3a. Why is it vec 3a? What is vec 3a? Three-dimensional vector with SIMD support? Multiply vec 3. Okay. I mean, I could just multiply by vec 3. Literally. What is the output? Vec 3. Nice. Makes sense. KLMJ, well, that doesn't make sense either. Well, if you were like a Vim enthusiast, well, you would be using HJKL, I guess. Does that make sense? But on the design was secretly a Vim user? No. Wait. KLJM, wait. Where did you see KLJM? KLMJ. KLMJ radio. No. Where did you even see that? Quaternions are either rotated 13, XYZ. Where did you find it? Road 13. Road 13 is the this is the letter substitution algorithm. What are you doing? This has nothing to do with with quaternions. Road 13 XYZ is a KLMJ. Okay. You are trying to decipher? That's what you are doing. Okay. Are you not supposed to like do the inverse of the road 13 then? Are you not supposed to do the inverse? Because if it was ciphered by using the road 13, then you want to like apply the inverse algorithm, right? Okay, quaternions are really easy. There is also this thing that's called biquaternion, right? You know what that is? That is like two quaternions. In abstract algebra, the biquaternions are the numbers w plus x, I plus yj plus zk, where w, x, y, and z are complex numbers and variants thereof. Where is Ray Marcher? We need him to blow our minds. What do you mean? I know what that is. I know what a quaternion is. Did I not blow your mind by that? Quaternions are easy. Yeah, it is. It is pretty cool. Wait, what were we using this for? I don't remember, actually. But do you know what a quadriquaternion is? Okay, let's Google that. Everything is in Chinese. It only exists in China. Is this some kind of Chinese version of, or is this Japan? I don't really know the language. Translate, detect language. All right, guys, we need to do some work. I even forgot what I was doing. What was it? What was I doing? What was I doing? Oh, something about the quaternions. Yes, the jump and things. Yeah, over here. Yeah, we multiply these things, and then we multiply that by vec3. So the only reason I need to use quaternions here, even although we are technically in 2D, is because even for 2D we use 3D transformations. So that's why I use quaternions here, right? 0, 1, 0. Okay, and then we do the XYZ of that. Normal is normal XY, right? Let me see if I did my math wrong. Rust power, yeah. Grab power, yeah.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Yep. Woohoo. Exactly.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Something is wrong. But what is it? I want the... So this transformation, when I multiply this by this vector, this vector is like positive vector y, because like we're going up. By default, I think that's just how I am creating my sides, I think. These are the sides. Yeah, I'm translating up and making them horizontal. So yeah. So yeah, when I'm doing that, I'm rotating things. So if we're not rotated, it should be up. So it should be going down. Normal. Let me call this direction. This is the direction of the side. And normal direction is direction XY. Okay. So we zero the velocity along the direction, and then we subtract direction, multiply by 30. There's actually discerines and co-quaternions. And get this, octonians. I bet Octocat loves to eat octonians. Use them instead of onions whenever possible. Yeah, probably. Linear velocity. Okay. Still something is wrong. I did not fix anything. I just renamed my variables, right? Wait. It actually works. It actually does work. But what's the problem then? Like so like the force must be increased so that I jump higher. What should be the force of jump? How do I move this into a configuration file? In like what is the? Yeah, see, this works. Works exactly as intended. But the slide is like wrong. Let me fix the slide now. So for the slide, I'm going to also use those quaternions to figure out the direction. Right, X, Y. This is the how I figure out the direction. Don't be lame and use quaternions when you could be using octanions. Well, I'm not creating like a 10-dimensional game. I'm only creating a 2-dimensional game. The largest of the 4 norm division algebras. Particularly useful for a 2D game. Okay, how would I use it? Okay, I think jump is kind of working. Is the slide? Did I fix the slide by doing that? Maybe the slide is looking weird. You know what should I do? I should for my sides, the transformation on them, because I want the texture of the side should be like drawn on top of my player. So what is on top of the player? Is it positive Z or is it negative Z? Is Z coordinate towards the camera, or it is towards the camera because X is to the right, Y is to the top, and it's probably the right-handed system, right? Most likely. That's how normal people do it. Is there any what engines use left-handed system? Hold on, I think I've seen this. Engines coordinate systems. All right, here we go. Can you load this picture? Oh, it's yeah, okay. It's Twitter, that's why. But yeah. Unity Y up left. Oh wait, Unity left-handed Y up. This is so wrong. I would never use Unity just because of that. So we do with. I do with translation 0, 0, 1. So it's like drawn on top of the player, right? I guess you noticed there was no bevy in the image. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why am I like rotating, moving by Z coordinate and it becomes smaller all of a sudden? What? Who can explain that? I did movement. At the Z coordinate. Transform. This can be just multiplied by each other. By the way, why am I doing this? Not mul transform, multiply. Multiply. I don't understand why would me moving it on the Z coordinate. The Z coordinate, they literally say that this is in order to do layers.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Right? Yes, I am now in front.
Woohoo!
But it also made the transformation weird.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
How many days do we have until the gem is done? Five days, okay. You think I will be able to figure everything we need in those 5 days? It's so slow.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
So if I am translating something on the Z coordinate, the rotation should not affect it at all, right? The scale is also not going to affect the Z coordinate. And like the Z coordinate is not going to affect the X and Y coordinate, right? Hold on. I guess the reason, the way we figure this out is we go over here, world, transform, a regular transform, children, level 0, transform, some translation, that's fine. children, player. Children, side. Okay, let's check out the side transforms actually. This is side 0. Is Baby Gengar better than Geng or what? Is Nerdsel still here? Nerdsel, are you still here? Oh no. I think Nerdsel went to lurking. Oh, I think there must be something in the middle. I don't like doing everything in ECS, but I mean, that's the problem with ECS. If we don't take ECS in consideration, like you are doing ECS already, right? With Legion. So one of the things, for example, I can make this inspector very easy because this plugin already exists, right? It does not exist for Gang right now, right? So like because of the existing of a lot of things, it's like maybe better. Nerdsel prefers Gang over Baby. Yeah. It's not about the engine itself, it's more about the ECS approach, I think. And I don't think I'm really liking the ECS. And Bevy is the engine where everything is ECS. Hold on, actually I don't understand. So all of my sides have the same shit. All of my sides have the same scale. Inside the transform. So why are they looking like the transform is different? Right? Like this side is definitely different than this one. I don't understand. If the scale is the same, right? This is X and that is Y, okay. If the scale is the same, why don't they look the same? Well, it's because of the player size. Yeah, okay, I understand. Entity instance width and entity width instance height, those are different things. That's not what I need. What I need is entity distance dot tile unwrap W and entity distance tile unwrap H, because those are different things, right? How's your game going, Maxim, if you're still here? Okay. This is still wrong.
Woohoo!
Oh my god. No. 0.502. So this means that it's exactly 1. Okay. It does look... Yeah, it looks like the it looks like the size is correct, but the translation is not. This translation. If I do 0 here, is that going to... Oh, wait. That's it, right? That's what breaks my position. The z coordinate on the... No. Wait, it is still wrong.
Woohoo!
Um... Let's try Davy's level. Maybe it's going to work on your level, Davy, huh? No, it's not. How's it going? I don't know, not very good. I mean, it's like everything is breaking. LGTK. Load. World. Okay, let's see what do you have here. Entities. You have player, jump power, up. Not power. But I can rename this in my code. Goal, player, players. Yes, you don't have the numbers. The way things are working is you need to have an integer grid where 1 is the block. So this is something that creates the collision actually. Block, and then you do this, right? And you can make sure that this one is like the auto layer tile set. You can make sure that you're going to use this layer. You can edit the rules. You can use assistant recommended for the block. Wait, what am I selecting here? This is the integrated value that will be used to paint tiles using automated rules. outer integrate, group of rule names, auto render tiles. Don't have to fill all the tiles, the important ones. Okay, yeah, you just select. So this thing. That's how it works. It's actually pretty simple. Wait. Where is the level collisions in this one? What am I doing? Block? Hold on. Auto render tiles. What am I doing here? Why does this tile set, the one that you downloaded, not have the thing? But okay, I understand how this works, but your tile set for some reason does not have everything that is needed, or I don't see it. You just use this block. Where is this block from? How do I see what this is? First row. This one? Okay. Wait, what? Why is everything now this? What happened? Rules. Can I select nothing now here? You didn't click set rule? How do I click set rule? Where is set rule? I don't see the set rule. Stream lag. I have done it. Oh, it works now. Why? Yeah. Why was my full thing covered in those previously? But yeah, we need to use the integrate because the tiles that you draw. That's the first mistake that I did when I tried it myself. The tiles is just like the visual stuff. What we use in the engine is actually the integer grid. So you can convert the integer grid using this LDTK tool to the tiles automatically using those auto tiling rules, right? I'm creating a new game. Yeah, I'm trying to. But I'm failing. Because I'm trying to create it using a new engine, the bevy engine, and I never used it before, so it's not very easy. Okay, so for the tiles, for example, I can delete all the tiles and instead create this, which is going to look the same, but it's not the same. When you were defining the rule, you needed to define the pattern with a one-by-one tile. You simply choose whether the tile will display when the block or isn't an integer. Yes, I know. I know, but I don't. I did not see. Wait, what is happening? What is wrong now again? Wait, where did the player spawn? Oh, this is the player, right? Okay, so this should be this. Tiles. Can I just like convert the tiles into the integers? Is there an easy way to do that? You know? Yeah, basically, Davey, what you have to do is to do the integer grid, because that's the thing that I can read. I cannot read the actual like tiles because they don't have any info on them other than the visual. Hello, Cage. Yeah, see, so I'm going to save this. Run this. I actually have the player now. Am I winning? No. I don't even see the player now anymore. Why don't I see the player? Let me see the entities. Do I have the player? But internal icons. Oh, okay. So it's because the internal icons, I cannot load the internal icons. You need to probably use something from the same image. And the image needs to be created by yourself because existing assets are not allowed in the gem, okay? That's why I don't see the player here, only the bug box. Okay, also the block bundles, the block collider is 16 pixels because that's the new level. Okay, where's the power up? It's going to be called power instead of power up, right? That's how you call it. Where's the power up?
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Okay, well, it works, kind of.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
There you go. Jump. Okay, jump power up. When I pick it up, I want the collider, the sensor to be different, right? When we have the player, we want when we are fully on the block. So like this this sensor should be like very small, right? So insert. What does that mean that it is small? Am I changing the collider size? Or am I changing the... Maybe I change the collider. So if I do mute collider, Can I mutate the collider here? Can I get the shape? We have the shape, scale, promote scaled shape, compound. I think we do as cuboid, mute, this thing. That's what I do. Okay, so we do collider. As cuboid, mute, unwrap. What do you mean said? Have extent said? Wait. Said? I can do a pull request fixing the typo. Finally, I can contribute to the bevy. Unless it is not a typo and it actually, like, said. What is said? Stream editor. I don't think that that's what they meant though, right? That have a stance. Anyone say said? Yes, the baby people say said instead of set. So I'm setting using said. Hello again, Shadow Crushers. Hello, hello. Seen you before. What's the best way of doing this, by the way? I'm not really sure. Should I multiply or should I, like, overwrite? Did you miss something? Not really. I mean, maybe some things. Let's divide this by 2. Keyboard should be mutable, okay. Collider should be mutable, okay. Get mute. Okay. So sides needs to be mutable too now. Okay. Let's see. Well, I mean, we have loaded the level. But then we loaded a level that actually Davey made, and things broke again. Alright. Yeah, so this is now small.
Woohoo!
This is how we jump now.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Well-
Woohoo! Woohoo!
By the way, David, did you actually like think this through? Because
Woohoo!
it seems like it's very hard to control myself.
Woohoo!
Like I have this jump mechanic,
Woohoo!
but like it's hard to control
Woohoo!
myself.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Like, did you think that I'm going to like rotate myself to the right and like just jump automatically because like
Woohoo!
I'm not jumping sometimes, as you can see.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Okay, I did jump on that thing. That was on accident though, I think.
Woohoo!
It is.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
If I increase the jump height, it's still going to be hard.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Am I going to use woohoo as sound effect? Really? No.
Woohoo!
We just don't have the effects yet.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
You want me to change the effect? Okay. And one player to jump while rotating normally? How do you want it to work though then? One player to stop to jump. But then how do you, but when, where do you jump? If you stop, then you're going to just jump vertically. Right? I will make it smaller, but it's just going to be... It'll be hard to control myself still. Like, it's really hard to like jump because I need to stop. But then where am I like jumping even then?
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
So maybe we can make the jump be like long fart, but I'm only rotating myself, no?
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
It feels to me that it should happen while you are rotating, not when you're standing, so that you can like jump
Woohoo!
jump to the right this way, or jump to the left.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
So I think it should be a little no, like you can trigger and the jump and rotate midair. Oh, you're saying that it should like start, activate, and like still be active for a while? Yeah, like the long fart. Okay, I see. I understand. You go to jetpack. Yeah, the long fart. The jetpack.
Woohoo!
Okay, so you can control yourself in the air.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
Okay, maybe that will make more sense. True. So there's the initial bump, just like the long one. We have the initial one. How do you understand the reference? I don't know. It's like my brain is not working. The
Woohoo! Woohoo!
all the problems that I have.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Okay. So it is then. So like what? Divide by 100? By the way, Shadow Crushers, if you want to make a different sound effect, you can do a sound effect too, since you're doing the music.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Oh, I still am like, you know, I'm still am like falling on the surface while I'm being rotated, you see?
Woohoo! Woohoo!
So like, and then you need to control your rotation a little bit.
Woohoo!
Okay, well,
Woohoo!
now I'm jumping too high.
Woohoo!
It should be 300, 200.
Woohoo!
Okay, how high should I be jumping?
Woohoo!
What do you think?
Woohoo!
I should be jumping
Woohoo! Woohoo!
this high? Okay, the slide side sound is like bugged. I think it was kind of fun, but the player control rotation control is wrong.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
You know, Maxi? Maxi is the other,
Woohoo!
the other, one of the 3 only people who use not bevy engine, but use the other engine. The insane Rust guy, lol. Well, yes, he's using my engine. And I am using my engine, and Nerdsel is using my engine, and then everybody else uses other engines, okay? That's how it works. Just the 3 of us. The insane Rust guy. Four, actually? Wait, what do you mean four? You never used it. Every time I try to talk to him, he goes on a 2 hour circle. Yeah. Yeah. It is a schedule, yeah. It's called not a schedule, it's called a timer, right? It's Pomodoro timer, I think. See, like I have no Pomodoro timer, so I have been streaming for 7 hours and I have not eaten yet. So here we go. Here we go. Now we do our 15-second break on food. Okay. Okay, this is it. The break is now over. Do SGHG to do a Pomo timer? Yeah. What am I eating? The salad, I guess. Is that how you call it? Salad? Yeah, it's a salad. I'm eating crabs? No. Crab salad? No. No crabs. Crabs are friends, you don't eat them, you know? Fruit salad? No, it's more like vegetable salad. Like cucumber and
Woohoo!
It's a kid's song? Wait, what is a kid's song? What are you talking about?
Woohoo! Woohoo!
What song is the kid's song?
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Okay, let me also copy paste some code. Copy pasta incoming. Bevy ECS LDTK. Fruit salad, yummy yummy. Oh, okay.
Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy.
I only know like baby shark to do. That's what that one I do know. Baby shark is the death of you. Okay, you want to hear another one? I'm not sure you want to hear this one, but I'm going to play it to you anyway. Wait, which one? Where is the original? Where is it? Oh, I don't even know where it is. Maybe this one? You know this song? That's not the good one. You know that one? You do know? You do now? Okay. Now you can hear the full version. But I think there are like better versions of it. Finally music on stream, yeah. Okay, fine. No music. What am I doing? What was I doing? Oh yes, copy pasting. Yes, that's what I do. Copy pasta. I want. So basically, there's a problem with the slide side effect, right? And the problem is because copy pasta, yummy, yummy. Yep. I mean, here's the biggest problem. I mean, I don't really want to do copy pasta, but we have 1 square, 2 square, and here's the problem. When in between of those 2 squares, I can hit that, you know, when I'm sliding, and that should not be happening. So how do I fix that? I instead make everyone like make everything like, yeah, I combine the things together, you know, into one big thing. And that's exactly what they do in the example over here. Right? This is so much code to do that. Do multiple layers work right now? I think they do, yes. You will need another layer for slope? Okay. I think they will work. I didn't try, but I mean, there's no reason for them not to work. We are already using different layers for entities and for the int cells and for and I still have your like texture layer. Am I going to do this? Okay, let's just do copy pasta. Whatever. Added wall. Okay, it's for the walls. Yeah, we have block bundle, block collider. All right. This is copy pasta from. I'm allowed to copy paste, right? Am I not allowed to copy paste? I mean, we cannot create new. We cannot use existing assets, but I can create use existing code by doing copy paste, right? I mean, I will probably rewrite this anyway because it's not going to work for slopes. I don't see why you couldn't. Well, there are rules in different gems, right? Wait, bevy utils hash map? Is bevy hash map a different one? Hash set, okay. There's bevy hash set instead of std hash set, which is different, I guess. We'll just rename every variable prop to something different, then boom, your code. Easy. Yes. I will want to rewrite this anyway, though, because they are doing a different algorithm here. Not the one that I want. Yeah, and collider. We just remove that. That is going to be inserted by this system. Oh, but side event effect trigger is probably also something that needs to go in a different place. Can I not use auto tiling or integrate? Otherwise, I will have to create new layer for each. No. You can. It's just like I did not see how. I did not even see like the sides of this style, so that I could not set up the auto tiling so it looks good. Oh no, guys, we have the issue again. The linker has broken. I'm not even using the dynamic linking feature now. Okay, you can use auto tiling, Davey. I don't need to follow these rules. This literally creates the automatic. You don't want to use it because there's rules you have to follow, so it makes it harder for me to place the tile I want. Oh, can you not use? Oh, okay. Oh, you wanted to not use auto tiling. Okay, yes, sure. Yes, you can. Then you create the integer grid and like create the tiles using the regular like tile grid, right? You don't then need to like attach a texture to the int grid. Fuck auto tiling. You don't like that? Okay, yeah, the collision boxes are fine. I just need to have the side effect trigger. This one, side trigger, needs to be added to this one. I'm going to insert side trigger. Okay, and now I think this slide is also going to work better than it was working before. Let's see. On top of tile in one layer only. Okay.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Okay. Shit, it's not working. Why not? I'm not moving. Now I'm not moving at all. Slide. It should just be higher.
Woohoo!
It's not very easy to collect
Woohoo!
this one. Okay.
Woohoo!
It actually does work.
Woohoo!
The sound gets broken though.
Woohoo!
It works 60% of the time, all the time.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
So when the thing gets activated, yeah, okay. I see. Get activated twice. It's mega annoying to work this way. Yeah. I mean, you should probably do the same thing that I did. So you create multiple int grids, basically, you know? Or wait, you can create just one int grid, right? You have block, right? And then on this int grid, you can create another grid values. You can create multiple grid values. This is the value 1, which is block. This is value 2, which is I don't know, side, like I don't know, left. You know? And then you edit the rules. You create a new group. You create empty group. You add a rule into it. Wait. Can I just create another rule over here? Yeah, for the left one, it's going to be 1 by 1. It's going to be like this tile, right? So now I can work, and you can select block, or you can select left over here, right? Block, left. I tried that, but it didn't work with auto tile rules. I mean, it worked. It works for me though, right? Why did it not work for you? You can create your own auto tile rules, right? Which is just no auto tile rules, which is just a 1 by 1. You try twice the thing that works 50% of the time and exert absolute power to it, you end up having a system that works 100% of the time. Yeah, you like 50% plus 50% is 100%. Yeah, that's how it works, right? Yeah, 1 by 1 rule for each integer. Yes, exactly. That's what I did here. But I mean, it makes sense so that like you have a different tile for like the connection between them, right? And then you can create those tiles when needed. But the thing that you can start with is with 1 by 1 rules. But the integers, you only use them for something that I'm going to load, like something that has like mechanics for them, right? Something that I need to like spawn the collider, because something that's just purely visual, you just use the regular like tiles for them, I guess. It doesn't, I mean, it doesn't matter. Either way works for those things that are purely visual. Okay, I need to wrap up and stop, you know, for today.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
I feel like we also need to change some like of this rotational characteristics. Now it's not very easy for me to jump.
Woohoo!
Or I should increase the size of the
Woohoo!
sensor for the jump side.
Woohoo!
I'm not sure. Like completely stopping on the side is not very easy right now, I think.
Woohoo!
It should be easier.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Okay, yeah, the sound gets broken. I think. I think we fix the sound tomorrow. Let's see, what do we have? World 2? No. Industrial V2. Where did you download this from? Did you check the license, Davey? Just placeholder? Yeah, but I mean, I will not just commit this to the repository then. You can create your own texture like really easy, right? That's what I did here. I created a bunch of tiles. It's not hard. It's just not going to be looking very well though. And yeah. This is 0, you check? Okay. Okay, this? No. Loading LDTK level. And new music. That's what I did today, right? Let me double check that it's working. Okay.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Okay. Can we say that this game is working properly? I'm not sure about that. But, alright, I think that's going to be it for me for today. Yeah, okay. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe we do better progress tomorrow. Maybe. Or maybe we need to scope down also, Davey, you know? You know how I said that we should make something very, very simple, like a clicker game, and then you came up with this idea? Blame Davey. Just 10 more features.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy! Day one tech.
Oh my.
Yeah, I say crab.
Oh, that's sick. Okay. I believe it. Yeah, I've had these headphones every stream, but I just haven't had a cap on with the headphones.
Okay. Jack is Jack has made a game for the scale it down to just a rotating square that says hee hee hee. Yeah. So Jack made the we participated in the gem, right? You know, the Ludwig gem. Did you guys see our game for Ludwig gem? Yeah. So this gem happened like more than a month ago, and we're still waiting for Ludwig to actually do the stream. Yeah, so it's going to happen sometime. The game that we made for it was Kutsmania. This one, it has like multiplayer racing in it, so hopefully we do get played on stream, and hopefully it happens soon, you know. And Duck also made a game for that gem, but right now they're not making any game; they're just playing a game about crabs. So that's it. Baby Jam, we have 5 days more. So it's half the time, right? 10 days was, and in half of the time we have created this rotating cube with the jump and the slide. You think we can do in the next 5 days the remaining things? There is a timer for raid, you remember? Yes, I do remember. And it's about to end, so bye bye, I guess.
I got you.